All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. It is 10:04 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman. Commissioner Bob Ellis. Present. Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Present. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty and gracious God, we are grateful for this day, for your grace and for your mercy. We pray now your peace and your power on all those who are present. Bless their families, bless their working, their coming, and their going. We pray a special prayer for those who protect and serve our county, our state, and our nation. Bless now our leaders, give them your direction and your continued strength. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0510, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items on the consent agenda? All right, motion to adopt as is by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 0 nays. On the bottom of page 4, regular meeting agenda. 22-0522, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have some amendments to today's regular meeting agenda. On page 7, an item to be moved to the August 17th recess meeting. 22-0537, strategy and performance management. Request approval of a memorandum of understanding for a countywide customer service survey. This item will be moved to the recess meeting August 17th. Also on page 5, 22-0524, we're removing a proclamation for a later date. The proclamation recognizing Atlanta Public Schools' 150th Anniversary Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Any other items? Anything, Commissioners? All right, entertain a motion to approve as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0523, ratification of minutes, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, July 13th, regular meeting minutes, July 13th, and special call meeting post-agenda minutes, July 15th, 2022.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 0 nays. Page 5, 22-0524, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Atlanta Fire Rescue Memorial Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Right. 10:09.
you? Yeah. Okay, Miss Nash is trying to make her way down. Hey, how are you? Good morning, love. Praying for your eyes. Good morning and welcome, Atlanta Fire Rescue. It is an honor to present you with this proclamation, and it was an honor to attend your memorial service, just recognizing all the late, great firefighters who have served over the years. That was an awesome event. Thank you, Ms. Nash. You're always so inclusive. And the proclamation reads, whereas the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department was established on February 2nd, 1848, when the Atlanta City Council formed a committee to investigate a fire problem in the new town, and 1 week later, residents were ordered to have fire buckets in their homes. And whereas Atlanta firefighters have battled several major fires over the years that led to significant changes in fire safety codes, which have enhanced fire safety in the United States and throughout the world. And whereas firefighters are highly trained and dedicated individuals who demonstrate an extraordinary caliber of character and courage in the face of danger without the exception of recognition or applause. And whereas these brave men and women routinely risk their own lives in unpredictable and volatile situations to ensure the safety of their communities and fellow citizens. And whereas firefighters are the true first responders and exemplify the most time-honored American ideals of public service and sacrifice protecting their fellow citizens from physical harm and tragedy. And whereas those firefighters who have given the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty, their last alarm, will always be remembered for selfless giving their lives for the good of their fellow man. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the fallen firefighters of Atlanta's Fire Rescue on the occasion of their 75th memorial, and does hereby proclaim Thursday, June 9th, 2022 as Atlanta Fire Rescue Memorial Appreciation Day, 75th anniversary in Fulton County, Georgia. And that goes to show you how long it has taken us to come back around. But thank you.
Thank you for that. On behalf of Mayor Andre Dickens, Fire Chief Roderick Smith, who couldn't be here with us today, and the men and women of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, we greatly appreciate this proclamation. Since its inception as a volunteer fire department in 1848 and its paid fire department in 1882, we've lost 57 members in the line of duty protecting the citizens and visitors of this city. We greatly appreciate it, and thank you for that. That's it.
The next proclamation is recognizing Articulate Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioners Hall, Pitts, Ellis, and Abdul Rahman.
Is Articulate here? Hello. Come on down. are you? Good to see you again. It was a pleasure to attend your Articulate ATL artists showing. It was some of the best art from local artists. I hope everyone will become more involved and really take a look at some of the things that artists are doing around Atlanta. And the proclamation reads, whereas Articulate ATL was founded by Brandon Ball, Esohe Galbraith, George Galbraith, and Courtney Ware-Lett in 2012, and provides local emerging visual artists a professional environment to show and sell their artwork. And whereas Articulate ATL connects artist to artist and artist to collector, creating a network that spurs creativity, expands their vision, and strengthens the Atlanta arts community. And whereas for a decade, Articulate ATL has combined the visual arts, including painting, photography, graphic design, 3D sculpture, fashion, graffiti, installation, mixed media, and body painting, and an eclectic mix of contemporary music to bring art and culture enthusiasts together to celebrate modern art in all forms. And whereas over the past 9 years, artists have sold over $200,000 in artwork and kept 100% of their sales, and the Summer Art Show is one of Atlanta's biggest cultural events and benefits local emerging artists and arts programming in Atlanta. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Articulate ATL for their cultural contribution to the arts community in Atlanta and Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim July 29th and 30th, 2022 as Articulate ATL Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank you very much to the commissioners for recognizing and appreciating the work that Articulate ATL has been doing for the past 10 years. For our 10th anniversary celebration, we featured 50 artists, and the artists sold about $75,000 of work over the 2 evenings and kept 100% of the proceeds. So we're very thankful for the support that we see from Fulton County Arts and Culture to be able to do the things that we've been doing for the past 10 years. And thank you to Team Hall and everyone who was able to come out on Friday night and enjoy the festivities. We appreciate it.
The next proclamation is recognizing Showability Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioners Hall, Pitts, Hausman, Ellis, and Abdul Rahman.
All right, Showability, come on down. Hello, Showability Board members. Hello, hello. So just a little history on Showability. They were known as Able To before becoming Showability. And for those of you who know Able To, you know that they have always fought for the rights of those in the artist community who need to have access not only to the productions, but the artists who contribute to those productions. And Myrna Clayton has always been instrumental in making sure that Fulton County has everything readily available for those who are disabled. And she was very instrumental in ensuring that our theater in Central Library had the right type of stage and green room and everything for those artists that might be wheelchair bound. So we appreciate you, Myrna Clayton. Whereas Showability is an Atlanta-based nonprofit organization that assists performing artists across the disability spectrum in sharing their talents and achieving their dreams, unencumbered by policies, systems, and resource constraints and mindsets that limit their potential. And whereas Showability creates accessible opportunities in the entertainment industry, including music, film, and television, that empowers performing artists across the disability spectrum to share their talents within the disability community and the wider world. And whereas Showability founder and executive director Myrna Clayton believes that everybody deserves a stage, and the North Star for the organization is to be to the arts and entertainment industry what the Paralympics and Special Olympics are for the sports industry, showcasing talented people with disabilities. And whereas Showability is working to generate awareness and make significant impact in areas of accessibility and opportunity within the entertainment industry for performing artists with disabilities. And whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act turns 32 on July 26, 2022, which is a significant day to the organization, and will celebrate with a special ADA 30+2 concert that will feature an inclusive chorus at the Best Academy Theater. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Showability for its commitment to representing excellence, equality, and inclusion for citizens with disabilities in the entertainment industry, and does hereby proclaim Tuesday, July 26, 2022 as Showability Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank you so very much, Commissioner Hall. We appreciate you so much. And commissioners, thank you. Thank you all so very much. You guys may not realize, but the disability community is the largest minority population in the country, and the only one that anyone can join at any time. The reality of that is too often we think about the disability community about what they cannot do as opposed to all that they can do. And so for us, it is true, everyone deserves a stage. And so we applaud Fulton County. We want to acknowledge that Fulton County is the only county in the state of Georgia that has an ADA coordinator. Fulton County is the only county in the state of Georgia that has a commission on disability affairs. And so you guys are already leading the state and probably the country, but I don't know that for a fact. But you're certainly leading the state, and there's so much more because, again, it's the largest minority population in the country. Over 26% of the US population have a disability that's either born or acquired, visible or invisible. And so we represent and we respect them. Thank you so very much for giving us an opportunity to showcase the talents and abilities of performing artists on the disability spectrum. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Fulton County Sheriff's Office and Marshal's Department Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
My voice is going out.
Come, yeah, come on down. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Excellent. Sheriff, This is Esfandia Bakhtiar.
Thank you for that.
Sheriff's and Marshals Department Appreciation Day. Deputy Marshal Bean, call for backup. Bakhtiar responded. Okay, CPR. There's one more, yeah. Right after, it's gonna be right after this. All right. Always an honor to be with our Marshal and Sheriff's Department. This proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Fulton County Deputy Sheriff Esfandiar Bakhtiar, Viper Unit, Deputy Marshal Love Dean, Deputy Sheriff Jennifer Gilbert, Deputy Sheriff Charles Green, Deputy Sheriff Lieutenant Sharita Maddox, Deputy Sheriff Kevin Pace, and Deputy Sheriff Captain Saber Clark Kendall are well-trained law enforcement professionals who are dedicated to maintaining public safety and the preservation of life with compassion and intelligence. And whereas on Friday, May 13th, 2022, Deputy Marshal Love Dean was alerted to a 73-year-old man who collapsed outside of 136 Prior Street and found him cold to the touch and turning blue. And whereas Deputy Marshal Dean called for backup and Deputy Sheriff Bakhtiar responded and began administering CPR while Lieutenant Maddox counted the chest compressions and Deputy Sheriff Jennifer Gilbert retrieved an automatic external defibrillator, which she used to shock the patient's chest. And whereas Paramedic Deputy Sheriff Green and Emergency Medical Technician Intermediate Deputy Sheriff Pace assessed the situation and continued life-saving measures and advised the incident commander, Captain Clark Kendall. And whereas the deputies detected a pulse and observed the patient's eyes opening and his chest rise and fall repeatedly upon the arrival of EMS personnel from Grady Hospital, who transferred the patient for further treatment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County commends these Fulton County marshals and deputies for their dedication and excellence in public safety, applauds their heroic actions and bravery in saving the life of a Fulton County citizen, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 3rd, 2022, as Fulton County Sheriff's Office and Fulton County Marshals Department Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a round of applause.
No, come on, that's you.
I'll be brief. First of all, do me a quick favor and give these women and men another round of applause, please. I start and stop in the same place, and that's by saying thank you. Thank you for allowing us to serve. But every day, these women and men go out to protect our community, whether it be the marshal's office or department or whether it be the sheriff's office. We have really joined forces to really protect and serve. And so thank you for the honor of doing so. And I don't know if anybody's from the marshal's office. Cap, you made to that extent. But again, thank you all, and I'll follow orders. So I know Chairman Pitts wants me to get out the way. So I got.
Come on now. Hold this over here. Take this picture. You said you follow orders.
Amen.
The last proclamation is recognizing Fulton County Sheriff's Office and the Solicitor General's Office Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Take your time, hurry up. Come on, y'all, you got a uniform on, come on. Come on down. Come on. Everybody else. All law enforcement, please. Come on.
All law enforcement, please.
This is a different proclamation. This is a different event.
It's a different.
Hey. All right, the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Fulton County Deputy Sheriff Nicholas Reynolds, Sergeant Tamara Lee, Deputy Kelsey Avila, and Captain Saber Clark Kendall are well-trained law enforcement professionals who are dedicated to maintaining public safety and the preservation of life with compassion and intelligence. And whereas on Thursday, June 30th, 2022, Deputy Nicholas Reynolds was alerted that a woman who was on the roof of the Justice Center Tower and immediately went to the scene as the crisis negotiator to make contact with the woman. And whereas Sergeant Tamara Lee and Deputy Kelsey Avila also responded to assist in peacefully resolving the rescue. And Chief Investigator Francesca Baez from the Fulton County Solicitor's Office answered the call for help as an interpreter to bridge the language barrier. And whereas deputies responded with care and compassion, providing the woman with support by calming her as they risked their own safety to ensure hers. And whereas Deputy Nicholas Reynolds utilized his training as a crisis negotiator to bring the woman from the edge of the rooftop to safety and ensured she received medical care. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the Fulton County Sheriff's deputies and the interpreter from the Solicitor General's office for their heroism and bravery in saving the life of a citizen, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 3rd, 2022, as Fulton County Sheriff's Department and Solicitor's Office Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a big round of applause.
I'll be quick, and Reynolds is hiding back here. If you did see the news coverage, he was the one that was half naked on the roof when he reached across and grabbed the young lady. Again, you can't ask a person when they get out to bed in the morning to do this, right? It's instinct. And what you see before you, not just new uniforms, what you see before you is a new dedication to our community. And in that space, these things happen. And when Captain Clark Kendall, when she took control of the scene, it was one that would make anybody in this room proud. And to come up on a scene where you didn't know what the next few seconds was going to hold, it really is an adrenaline rush. And to that point, right, there were teams, there were drones. We have 9 new K-9s. Your sheriff's office in this space is proud to serve. And I know Deputy Reynolds, as quiet as he is, will not get up here and say anything, but really it is an honor to serve. And thank you all. I'm gonna see if I can get Kendall to say anything. Are we gonna, give us 2 seconds, come on, somebody, come on.
So Deputy Reynolds?
Come on, he said,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll stand by with you.
He said he only talks in high pressure situations. So, come on.
Y'all wrong. Just want to say thanks to everybody and definitely the sheriff and the team that helped me out. Thank you everybody for believing in me. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We taking another picture? All right. You gotta get him back up front. Take that picture. Reynolds.
All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
Continuing on page 5, public hearings, 22-0525, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we'll start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 4 speaker cards. Will the 4 speakers please come down? Councilmember Liliana, Ann Gray Herring, Maggie Goldman, and James Davenport.
All right, it is, let's say 10:30, let's say 10:40. We have 30 minutes for public comment, and when you have 15 seconds remaining in your 2 minutes, I'll say 15 seconds, and that's your key to conclude your remarks. With the exception of elected officials, current elected officials, former elected officials, there is no time limit. Welcome, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chairman. And although it's hard for a politician to be brief with unlimited time, I'll do my best. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I am Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari from the Atlanta City Council. You can understand now why she didn't try to say my last name, but I wanted to come today to speak in favor or in support of item 22-0548. Commissioner Hall, thank you for introducing this resolution. This resolution would donate funding to ARC Southeast, a black female-led organization that fights for access to reproductive health care. We know currently that our 6-week abortion ban, named the Heartbeat Bill, just went into effect in Georgia. I want to point out that we also introduced the same resolution at Atlanta City Hall that had co-sponsors, council members Michael Julian Bond, Matt Westmoreland, Keisha Waits, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron Amos, Jason Dozier, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Overstreet, and Antonio Lewis. And that bill passed unanimously out of City Hall. And we donated the same amount of funds that y'all are proposing donating here today. This effort will save lives. We know that with this abortion ban that we see on the books here at 6 weeks, when most women do not know they are pregnant, was actually proposed based on false premises. The original author, Representative Ed Setzler, said that at 6 weeks, a fetus would be able to exist outside of the mother's body and breathe and survive on its own. This is completely false. This was authored by a man that does not begin to understand what women face when it comes to reproductive health care. We are second in the country for maternal mortality. It is not safe. It's already very difficult to have a child in our state, let alone our country. This additional measure and obstacle will affect, first and foremost, communities of color, and will further make difficult survival in our state. And we live in a great state. But this is not what communities want. This is not what the people want. Just in fact, this week, Kansas, a deeply red conservative state, put on their ballot a measure to revoke people's access to reproductive health care because they were so certain the public would back these abortion bans. They lost that referendum 60-40 this week. I have no doubt that if we were to do the same thing here in Georgia, that the community would come out overwhelmingly in favor of reproductive health care and access to reproductive health care and a person's right to choose what to do with their own body. Many will tell you that what we are doing and proposing is not exceptional, that it's out of line, that it's uncalled for. Well, I would counter that by saying these are unprecedented times. And thousands of people will die. And most of those people will be black men, be black women, black and brown and migrant communities. Our most under-resourced and overlooked communities will suffer the most for this because we know that banning abortions does not stop abortions, it stops safe abortions. And in fact, if you want to see those rates go down, put that funding into things like family education, health care, anything else besides preventing a person's right to choose what to do with their own body. So I wanted to come here and let you know that my colleagues and I fully back this. We stand in solidarity with this measure and with Fulton County Commissioners. We're so grateful that you are doing this. In fact, they all wanted to be here today, but something about their duty to their community, of course. But of course, we support this measure and we stand with you. And I know that there are many others that are trying to speak virtually right now as well. But the Reproductive Justice Coalition, my community, my constituents, everyone has called me and spoken in favor of this. I have not had a single person dissent against us because we all believe that the expert should be a woman's right to choose, a person's right to choose. So I hope you all vote in favor of this today. Thank you for having me. Thank you again, Commissioner Hall, for putting this forth. And I hope that we all do the right thing and trust women to decide what to do with their own bodies. Thank you all.
Good morning. My name is Ann Gray Herring, and I am the policy analyst for Common Cause Georgia. Common Cause is a Common Cause is a nonpartisan grassroots organization dedicated to upholding the core values of American democracy. We believe that government should be transparent and accountable at all levels, from national to local. In May of 2021, this body adopted a resolution numbered 2021-0382, acknowledging the receipt of federal funds for Fulton County as part of the American Rescue Plan Act. This bill resulted in billions of dollars for Georgia, including $206 million in federal funding for Fulton County. In the resolution, this commission declared a commitment to supporting minority businesses, particularly those impacted by COVID-19. The resolution displayed a clear intent to use ARPA funds to further its goal of aiding minority businesses and entrepreneurs in Fulton County. While the minority-owned Unity National Bank and Loyalty Trust Bank each received $5 million from the Fulton County Department of Finance, it was from the county's general fund, not the ARPA relief funds. The disbursement of resources from the general fund had consequences of concern to Common Cause Georgia and residents of Fulton County. First, the general fund is comprised of taxpayer money, so the money issued to the bank was funded by Fulton County taxpayers rather than the $206 million in available federal funds. Second, the bank is not required to track or report the use of general
15
fund
seconds.
money in the manner that it would federal funds. This resulted in a lack of transparency in whether the $10 million actually served the goal of supporting minority businesses, and a lack of accountability as to whether this body fulfilled its resolution. Thank you.
Maggie Goldman, Johns Creek, District 1. I have been curious what the Fulton Commission could do to help with the fact that the abortion ban bill has gone into effect in Georgia, and so I am also in support of the money to ARC, and I'm very interested to see how they're able to use that money to help save lives in Georgia, because this is really an inappropriate bill that was passed. But I'd like to speak today. I will not be able to stay for the whole meeting, but I will be watching the last discussion item about the inconsistencies in implementing the 3-year freezes on property assessments. We need to talk to the chief appraiser in DeKalb and see how they have gone about interpreting the current law so that you can freeze with a 3-year freeze and appeal just for submitting it. They do not inherently require residents to go to a BOE hearing simply to get a freeze. When I was told years ago that this law was passed by lobbyists for the tax industry, it hadn't really clicked why that made sense. But requiring a resident who merely wants to freeze their assessment to follow the mail over several months to get a notice about a hearing, and then literally show up literally you have to walk in the door. I do this. I literally show up at the hearing. I say, I want my freeze, please. They
15
process the
seconds.
paperwork, and that is it. They want to get paid to show up for a homeowner. That is the only reason that bill is there, so they can get paid to show up at a BOE hearing.
Good morning, Commission. First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a GOD. Y'all gotta excuse me. However, Chairman Pence, I did mention to you once before that was a situation at Wheat Street Towers. Now there's another situation that I have been informed. Wheat Street Tower has a problem. They have a sprinkler issue and they have a window issue. When a resident overcooks and smoke fills the building, the sprinkler goes off, the water floods both buildings. It needs to be addressed. The other concern I have, I've yet to email the rest of you, but Commissioner Hall, I have sent one to you. It is my concern, as I have mentioned to the Atlanta City Council, that you all provide free Lyft and Uber rides to senior citizens. You now have an excellent program going on, and it's to my understanding you all have voted to increase the fee for that. Think to yourself how much it costs to actually provide this service. Now, we're talking about senior citizens. We're talking about people who've spent their time paying taxes 30, 40, 50 years. 30, 40, 50 years. This is a public safety issue. As I mentioned to the Atlanta City Council, it only takes one time on a MARTA train for someone to get shot. Right after I mentioned that, it happened. Don't let it happen to a senior citizen. You have the ability right now to reverse what you all have voted on. You all spent $1 million on a feasibility study on public safety issue. I'm begging you, reverse that.
15 seconds.
Yes, sir. I've already contacted the Atlanta City Council. They're actually looking into it. I've contacted the mayor as well as the governor. We would really appreciate that you all rethink this. All of us have mothers, fathers, and whatever. Rethink this situation and provide free Lyft rides for senior citizens. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 10 speakers on Zoom and 3 emailed in comments.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Bree Waters. Bree Waters. Okay, we'll go to the next one. The next person to speak is Lucia Frazier.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, every time I review the annual budgets, I'm worried about our future. I don't see any initiatives to reduce spending. Right now, more than ever, all residents need to see their property taxes either spent wisely or refunded. You need to hold all departments accountable to some sort of cost reduction metric. There should be a red flag when a department requests a large budget increase from previous years, and a cost reduction plan should be created. In addition, local cities and communities should retain most of the tax revenues to make local choices on expenditures. Communities know what they need, and they should make their own choices on the spending, the taxes that they pay. More specifically, as I've been most attentive to our registration and election processes in order to assess election integrity, I've identified many process changes that would decrease spending and increase integrity. This department budgeted $9 million in 2012, $10 million in 2016, $18 million in 2020, and then a staggering $37 million in 2022, and continues to request more money, such as the $10 million for temp agencies last month. I commend the outreach group in this department for setting up poll worker outreach this year. However, there's still a disconnect between this initiative and the temp agencies that hire for early voting. The temp agencies are not being held accountable to hire local first, and they're not encouraging part-time work days during early voting. Another cost-saving item is to remove the incomplete, incorrect, and bogus voter registrations. The election precincts and materials are budgeted based on the number of registrations. And then one last item I'd like to add based on earlier comments on abortion bans. It's not all of the community that doesn't support these bans, but everybody should know
15
that
seconds.
it's never been not allowed to have one just because there's a ban on a timeline. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Susan Ortiz Vallejos.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, my name is Susan Ortiz Vallejos. I thought Fulton County followed the equal employment opportunity policy, that there will be equal opportunity for every citizen, employee, and applicant based upon merit without regard to race, color, religion, etc. So why is every contract for our elections awarded to minority-owned businesses? And who are the minorities in Fulton County? According to the 2020 census, Hispanics or Latinos are at 7.3%, Asians 7.8%, white alone not Hispanic 39%, Black or African American 44.7%. My point is, contracts should be based on merit. It seems to me Fulton County has unethical hiring practices which go against this very policy. This is also in regards to hiring out-of-state poll workers. I worked with 2 young poll clerks from Alabama for the Georgia primaries, and they had no interest in our Georgia elections. At the same time, 3 or 4 local women voters who came up to me to ask how I got the job. They had applied and not heard anything. I told them they had to pursue and persist. We continue to have this problem, and the fairs seem to be a mere facade. Not one worker at the Alpharetta Library for early voting was hired through these local fairs. Besides the Alabama workers, we had poll workers from Sandy Springs and the Howell Mill District drive all the way up to Alpharetta to work. Lastly, I wanted to repeat something from my
15
written
seconds.
comments from the last Board of Commissioners meeting, how I was unfairly demoted as assistant poll manager based on false accusation made against me. And unlike a voter roll challenge where the voter gets to come in and face the challenger, I have not been afforded that opportunity. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Kevin Muldowney.
Good morning. Last meeting, you all approved additional monies for temp agencies to run our elections. Since then, since you seem to insist on going this route, we must be sure to hire local residents to administer the election process. An attempt was made to comply with this request in the primary with election fairs that were run in the cities that make up our county. But as stated earlier, there was a disconnect. The people taking the names were not with the organizations that were doing the hiring for early voting. As a result, many applicants were never contacted by hiring temp agencies. The applicants that were really motivated had to keep calling those temp agencies to even get considered, and then keep after them to possibly get a position. We need to make it a priority to hire able, motivated local residents to work early as well as day of voting. We need to get personnel from these temp agencies, if you insist on using them, to participate in the county-wide hiring fairs. I also understand that many early voting precincts were allowing workers to take days off as needed. Therefore, it seems quite possible to do away with the stipulation of working 19 days straight and opening it up to a much more accommodative schedule for our citizens to work early voting. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Allison Kaufman.
Hi, good morning. Thank you all for your time. My name is Allison Kaufman. I am the chair of the Atlanta Reproductive Justice Commission and a board member of Access Reproductive Care Southeast, which is Georgia's only abortion fund. And I'm here to speak in support of the donation to provide $300,000 to Access Reproductive Care Southeast. As Councilperson Liliana Bakhtiari mentioned, this is following on the footsteps of a recent resolution passed by the City Council to provide similar support. This money will go directly to folks who are looking to access abortion care, but struggling to cover the costs. Access Reproductive Care Southeast is based here in Atlanta. 87% of the callers that ARC supports are uninsured or insured through Medicaid, which means that they don't have their abortion care covered. They don't have any of the costs covered. The average cost of a first trimester abortion is $560, which is basically unapproachable for the average person here in Georgia. And ARC is also serving those most in need and most impacted by abortion bans. 86% of ARC's callers are people of color, and actually 77% are already parents. So these are folks making the best decisions for themselves, but also for their existing families. This is especially important given the fact that HB 41 has recently gone into effect in Georgia, banning abortions at the detection of fetal cardiac activity, which is around 6 weeks, which is way sooner than the majority of folks know that they're pregnant. That will, and then just on a final piece, this is especially important for those of us who decide to give birth in Georgia. This will have an impact on maternal mortality, and this funding will go a long ways to helping support Georgians to have access. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Matt Rowenzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have three things for you this morning. Number one, I'm really astounded by whoever came up with the idea to increase the county lost percentage from 5% to 35%. I don't know who would ever have the gall to, propose a 7 times increase for the county. I don't think any lines have been drawn or changed for the cities or for the county. So that baffles me. That does not need to change. Number two, why is the elections department trying to expand the number of early voting locations? Anybody that experienced early voting this year or last year knows there are no issues with lines. Oftentimes it is extremely quiet, but we continue to want to expand early voting locations and increase the excess and waste within the elections department. So that does not need to expand. And finally, I think it's very important that you hear a specific example of why there is a complete lack of trust with Fulton County elections. In the last regular Board of Elections meeting, there were 37 fake addresses presented and challenged from the voter rolls on Lee Street here in Atlanta. The head of voter registration even confirmed with the GIS department that these addresses are not real. Yet despite this overwhelming evidence and presentation, board member Mr. Aaron Johnson decided to vote against it. This is enabling fraud. And Mr. Johnson should be embarrassed. And honestly, he violated his oath. And my recommendation would be for this board to submit a letter to the chair for his resignation. This is why Fulton County cannot get a good reputation. It's why you can't hire a director of elections, because you literally have a board member who is enabling fraud. Thank you.
The next person to speak is B. Rowe.
Thank you and good morning. We are on the same team here. We want Fulton County elections to be safe, fair, and transparent. That is why we consistently bring up where there are vulnerabilities. One of these issues, of course, you're familiar with. We have talked about Stacey Abrams, who's a candidate on the November ballot, who is linked to a company, Now Account Network Corporation, and we pointed out that Now Account is linked to Happy Faces, which is one of the companies that Fulton County is using to work the elections. Again, the approach is using temporary agencies to run our elections, which is questionable if indeed we want to be leaders and examples of how to lead safe and fair elections. But you've gotten a lot of feedback about that strategy. Anyway, the fact about Now Account being linked to Happy Faces is one we've addressed as well. We've shared it with the Board of Commissioners and the Board of Registration and Elections, and yet it appears to be consistently ignored or at best totally misconstrued. The claim is not that Stacey Abrams is part owner of Happy Faces. So please, no misunderstanding there. One can see the relationship we are talking about by simply doing a UCC search on the Secretary of State website and find the link between Now Account and Happy Faces. Since Stacey's on the ballot for November, it'd be a good idea, ethically and perhaps even legally, for this reality to be addressed
15 seconds.
by Fulton County. I'm looking at a printout I did here, and it shows Happy Faces as a debtor. This is on the SOS website. And the secured party is Now Account Network. So there's definitely a financial link there. Thank you so much.
The next person to speak is Andrea Settles. Andrea Settles. Okay. The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, one and all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You're breaking
Hello?
up, Mr. Howard. You're breaking up, Mr. Howard.
All right, let me try that again. Greetings, one and all. One stood alone. It sounds like the title of a cowboy movie, but this is actually the story of one county commissioner who stood fast against 6 commissioners who would deny additional funding for senior citizen transportation in Fulton County. One of the 6 put forth a so-called friendly amendment, which turned out to be not so friendly after all. The motion was to provide only half of the senior transportation funds recommended by Fulton County staff. The 6 naysayers prevailed and cut the funding in half. Seniors and friends of seniors, stay tuned.
The last person to speak is Melissa Florillo. Okay. So with that said, that will end the Zoom comments. Oh, excuse me. She's back. She's on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted to voice my concerns about the suppression of public voices for
Would
the
you
Board of
speak up,
Registration
please?
and Election meetings.
Excuse me, speak up.
Yes. I'm sorry.
She needs to speak up. Speak a little louder.
I wanted to voice my concerns about the suppression of public voices for the Board of Registration and Election meetings. First, they took away our right to speak at the so-called special meetings. Next, somewhere along the line, it was decided to not accommodate public comments via Zoom, like the Board of Commissioners allow. Finally, at the last BRE meeting, there were some emailed comments read aloud during the meeting from the public, and then it was decided that they would no longer be doing that. They are forgetting that they work for us. They are public servants. We demand transparency and the right to voice our opinions and comments without suppression. I suggest that all public servants reread the Georgia Open Meetings Act. Furthermore, the BRE is not doing their job. They certify and recertify elections without having accurate numbers. This is unbelievable. Over and over again, we are witnessed this when we, the people, watch these meetings. It is an embarrassment and something needs to be done. Thank you.
And that concludes the Zoom announcements, Zoom comments, excuse me.
Next, we will have the email comments.
We have a public comment by Susan Hubbard. I would like to give feedback on poll working. I was fortunate enough to work the May election cycle, early voting, day off, and runoff. I truly believe all U.S. citizens should get involved in elections on some level when they can. It is so important. I was happy to see the election fairs to recruit workers. It worked well for me for election day. I heard back fairly quickly. But even though we were told our info was forwarded to the temp agency for filing early voting spots, it took a lot more follow-up to get on that list. I think that there was a gap there, and I hope for this next election, there is more communication between the election department and the temp agencies to fill that gap or disconnect. During my time poll working, I had a surprising number of people ask me how I got the job. They said they signed up online or at the fairs and never heard back from anyone. I have already been contacted for the next election since I am now on the list, which is great. There was a rush to find more people for the runoffs, and I kept thinking of all the people I had met before that wanted to work. I hope they get the chance. Residents Paul Diber and Sandra Burdock have similar comments. And that concludes our public comments for the day.
All right, continue, excuse me, continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 5 under public hearings, 22-0526, finance, fiscal year 2022 general fund millage rate public hearing. We have received one speaker card here in Assembly Hall, Maggie Goldman.
All right, let me open the public hearing for the general fund millage rate public hearing. One speaker in Assembly Hall. Public hearing is now open. Ms. Goldman.
Hi, Maggie Goldman, Johns Creek, District 1. So when I had initially been confused about the budget that you approved towards the end of the year being related to the prior millage rate that you passed, apparently I was incorrect. So Bob Ellis isn't here for me to hear me say that. But I'm still confused that you pass a budget in January with a presumed millage rate. Then in August, you determine the millage rate and you potentially, roll back some of your budget? I mean, now I'm thinking we should do them at the same time, ideally. You should somehow do the budget and the millage rate at the same time, and not one before or one after, because it would make sense. Now, I mean, people want to roll back the millage rate, but it's like, well, you just passed a budget with more. So what do you want to cut now? Wouldn't it have made sense, I don't know, to have made a budget with a rollback? Incorporated? I'm just very confused, and I think it's difficult for me to even explain to constituents, to other residents, like how they should decide what they want to recommend to you. If I literally tell my friends and my neighbors, hey, you should tell me whether you want with this millage rate or another millage rate, and they can't even understand the budget. You know, there are very comprehensive budget documents, but they're not easy to understand. The budget book is like 400 pages, not entirely detailed. There's a nice little platform on the website, but there is just not a simple way of presenting the budget so that residents can actually make an informed decision about how the millage rate should go. They're just probably emotionally deciding
15 seconds.
based on the millage rate itself and not able to comprehensively understand the budget. I would really appreciate an easy to understand description of the budget and to have you do the budget and the millage rate at the same time in the future. Thank you.
Anyone else in the Assembly Hall to speak on the general fund millage rate? Anyone else? All right, are we taking anyone from the Zoom or, all right? So that will conclude the public hearing. Next item.
County managers items under open and responsible government.
I'm sorry. I wanted to be recognized. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Since we have the council member from the city of Atlanta here representing the full city council and waiting on item 22-0548, can we move that up before the COVID presentation and go ahead and get it over with? Go ahead and vote for it.
Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Is there a second? Mr. Harrington? All right, motion before us is to amend the agenda to move that particular item up at this time. All right, let's vote.
Do you want me to sound it?
What?
You want me to sound the item?
You can sound.
22-0548 on page 10. Request approval of a resolution to provide for appropriation and donation of $300,000 to Access Productive Care Southeast Incorporated, a nonprofit to support reproductive health care services, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
All right, the motion on the floor is to amend the agenda to move that item up to be heard at this time, preceding the presentation of the COVID-19 report. Properly moved and seconded. Motion to approve, to amend rather, by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Let's vote, please. It's to amend the agenda only.
To amend the agenda. And the motion passes 4 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, it's before us. Commissioner Hall?
I think that Councilmember Bakhtiara spoke very well about this. And as a Christian elected official, I believe in life, but I also believe that everyone has the right to make decisions about their own bodies. And I want to just quote one of a late, great young poet who unfortunately died very young at the hand of gun violence, the same gun violence that we see today, Tupac Shakur. And he said, and since a man can't make one, he has no right to tell a woman when and where to create one. And that is so true. Every person has a right to make decisions about their own body. And that's what this resolution is all about. Nothing other than that. And to assist those who do not have the funding to take care of their reproductive health. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. I believe that every woman should have the right to choose. But I also believe that we should have additional services if we're going to fund individuals for reproductive health. We need to fund housing. We need to fund education. We need to fund services so we can do something about our homeless population. My question about this, not that I do not support it, I support it, but I want to know where the money is coming from. Can anybody answer that question? Upon approval, where would this money come from?
Commissioner, if the board approves it, because we've exhausted our budget soundings for the year, we would have to bring back a recommendation as part of the mid-year review for the funding source.
Now, here again, we've had different situations to come before us, and situations will come before us again. We did not have mortgage assistance when we know clearly Fulton County needed to do something about mortgage assistance. We have the SAFE program, which has helped thousands of Fulton County applicants, keep them from going homeless. And now it's getting ready to end in September. We're telling them it's nothing that we can do, go to the state. I know it may be unpopular, but the voters didn't send me here to be popular. They sent me here to do the will of the people. Where will we get the money? I believe in a woman's right to choose. So please know that this is not to support that, in opposition to that. I believe the only people involved in the discussion is a woman and her physician when it comes to abortion. However, we come here monthly and talk about Fulton County taxpayer dollars. We come here monthly and turn down issues of substance because we don't have the funding. I really want to know where is the funding coming from before I can support this. I will support it, but I have to be accountable to not only that woman who needs reproductive rights, I have to be accountable to that homeless person that's laying in the doorway as I come into work. I have to be accountable to that latchkey kid that's needing after-school services. I have to be accountable to that senior who needs transportation. I have to be accountable to that nonprofit that needs funding. I have to be accountable to that minority business that needs to keep its doors open. I have to be accountable to that Fulton County taxpayer. I can support this, but I need more information, and I need to understand how we are going to fund it. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's just be clear about what reproductive health care involves. It includes hormonal methods like birth control pills and vaginal rings, implanted devices like intrauterine devices, IUDs, emergency contraception, barrier methods, patient education and counseling, and sterilization procedures, HIV screening and STD counseling, well woman visits to screen health at any time, including pap smears, breast exams, and regular checkups, counseling and screening services, breast and cervical cancer screenings, prenatal care, which is care you would receive while pregnant, breastfeeding services and supplies, interpersonal violence screening and counseling, and examples, sexual assault evidence collection exams. These are the things that reproductive health services cover that we need to ensure that women have access to who may not very well have the funding or the health care coverage to do so. And that is what this resolution is about. And if we're talking about funding, let's just take a look at the agenda for today. There's a lot of funding that will need to be identified for upcoming items on this agenda that we will have to vote on. For example, item number 22-0545, $1 million in ARPA funds to implement a pilot program to develop and construct a community of tiny homes, $500,000 to Atlanta Technical College to negotiate intergovernmental agreement between Fulton County and Atlanta Technical College for a training program, commercial driver's license program. ARPA funds can be used as well for this particular resolution, but as the late, great County Commissioner Emma I. Darnell would say all the time at these meetings, we have a Chief Financial Officer, Sharon Whitmore, who has been with us for decades, and she has been with us doing her job and her job is to find the money. And she has always done that very well. We've had no problem over the years of her being able to find the funds to fund anything. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
I'm happy to support this resolution. In relation to funding, we typically have millions of dollars a year in underruns. So I don't think funding will be an issue or should be an issue. I would like to know, though, Mr. Manager and Sharon, when do we anticipate the mid-year review?
We're planning for that at the next meeting, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morris. Yes. I'm sorry. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
That's okay, Chairman. I am, once again, let me be crystal clear. I'm in support of this, but I would like to know the funding. I'd like to make a substitute motion to hold this until the county manager or the CFO identifies the funding source, at which time I will support it.
All right, substitute motion by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman to hold. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, motion dies for lack of a second. Commissioner, you still have the floor.
I'm sorry, Chairman, that's fine. I'm finished.
All right, Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts and comments. I guess I'm a little confused about the language. We talk about donations for purely charitable purposes, but it's clearly contemplating a contract for services, and then it talks about the approving the appropriation and donation. I really see this, and I can be supportive of this, but I really do see it as something that needs to be couched more in the concept of a contract for services. And I guess all of that money is gone, even the additional money we approved early this year for contracts for services. I guess all of that is earmarked. Is it correct in that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I think we typically had a $100,000 cap on those contracts for services. Is that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's correct.
I mean, I don't see this really as a donation as much as this is a public health matter, and the county does have the duty to do public health. I've been over the years supporters of Planned Parenthood and the Feminist Women's Health Center, and I know there are other organizations. I'm not familiar with this one. Are we going to be looking at some of these others as well? Are we opening the door here a little bit on this, or do you think this is it, Commissioner Hall?
Commissioner Morris, this is what was brought to me by Council members Liliana Bakhtiara, at-large Council member Michael Julian Bond, at-large City Council member Matt Westmoreland, at-large City Council member Keisha Shawn Waits, Council member Jason Winston, Council member Amir Faroki, Council member Byron Amos, Council member Jason Dozier, Council member Dustin Hillis, Council member Andrea Boone, Council member Marcy Collier Overstreet, and Council member Antonio Lewis. And this was passed at the city unanimously by their full board. So this is an organization that has been vetted by the city of Atlanta, that has been approved and supported by the residents. And being that my district is unique because it's entirely inside of the city of Atlanta, this is something that received overwhelming support by the residents, by the full Atlanta City Council and the mayor. And so I think that ARC, which is Access Reproductive Care Southeast, has been pretty well vetted for the services that they provide to the community.
Thank you. I ask the county attorney, are you comfortable with this language about donations and so on?
We view this as a resolution for donation rather than contract for services.
I'm sorry, you need to speak up a little bit.
Madam County Attorney.
We have reviewed this and view this as a resolution for donation rather than as a contract for services and have analyzed it in that context.
And you're comfortable with us making a donation?
If it is a donation for services, for purely charitable purposes that are within the confines of the law, yes.
Okay, that's a new one for me in my 7.5 years here, but okay. All right. Well, again, I view it as a public health issue, and I'm supportive of it in that context. I'm not sure I'm totally comfortable with it being a donation, but I'll yield to the county attorney on that score.
Did you want the county attorney to amend the language because it was the county attorney who wrote it?
Well, if she's happy with it, I'm not gonna play lawyer here and back and forth on it. I guess my last question is, I assume this organization provides services throughout the county, not just within the city of Atlanta, inside the county.
Councilmember Bakhtiar, if you would come up, since the City of Atlanta council members and the mayor are familiar with this organization, if you could come up and speak to that and answer that for Commissioner Morris.
Yes, happy to. Morning, Commissioner. If it is still morning, I've lost all track of time. So ARC Southeast is actually one of the only organizations that does the work that it does. Feminist is great and everything else, but they're unable to continue doing this work because of the ban. So ARC Southeast services everywhere, as they say, throughout the Southeast region. So they wouldn't just be limited to the city of Atlanta. And it's also an extremely renowned organization that works with every single institution that you named. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
I guess I was gonna just ask if it's matching funds, is it the same amount from the city?
Yes, it's the same amount that the city is contributing.
So I would just say, I have already made the motion to approve. If you want a second, I'm certainly sensitive to Commissioner Morris's concerns. So I guess my motion would be to approve and to have the county attorney review for whatever necessary languages, make sure that we're compliant with the law.
All right, anyone else? All right, the motion is to, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellis?
I just want to clarify then. So this is not a competitively procured contract, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So
No, it's not.
Nor to have been vetted in that sense. So just like we have, our other services that we do provide through public health and other are competitively procured and follow our rules. So any decision here would be outside of kind of our traditional route. This would be a donation. So just wanted to clarify that. Okay, thanks.
All right, anyone else? Cast your vote. Motion on the floor is to approve.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 3 yeas, 1 nay, 2 abstentions.
Next item.
Back on page 5 at the bottom, county manager's item, under open and responsible government, 22-0527, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
Mr. Manager?
Good
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We have an interesting report this morning, I think, due to the trends, so we'll spend a little bit of time on those. I'll give you some of the highlights up front. The daily cases are now up to 330. That's a 28% increase. Positivity rate at 19.2%, also a very significantly higher number. And our wastewater projections have cases at 2,300 per day estimated. So there's really little doubt of a new surge. I want to give kudos to David Clark's team, specific Patrick Person, and Jessica's team, Regina Waller, for the great press coverage that we had last week on our new wastewater surveillance program. The primary concern is, of course, with the unvaccinated. We have 330 in the hospital now, and the death rate is increasing, although still below 2 per day. All this adds up, as you'll see when Doug Schuster covers our report, that this is the worst level per CDC for risk as well as transmission. So it's a dramatic increase, and particularly when you look at the case projection chart that's in your material. We've also included a monkeypox summary, and with Fulton County having the majority of these cases, in fact, 300 out of 351, that's very significant, and one that does represent a need to both educate as well as vaccinate. We are seeing increased cases in our employees, up to 75 in this reporting period. We also have 2 cases of monkeypox within our employee base. So our messaging will be more targeted, emphasis on vaccination availability, and the benefits through digital media predominantly. And we still have multiple vaccination sites as well as good events that continue with APS and Fulton County schools. For internal purposes, I just want to bring to your attention the Tax Commissioner's Office will require the public to wear masks upon entering, which is consistent with what we do in our courts and have continued to do in our courts. We would also expand mask requirements to our senior centers, not just Senior Day. All of this in the vein of attempting to keep both the public and employees, of course, safe during this most recent surge. It does create some inconsistencies in terms of the citizen experience, but we're attempting to act and adjust as we see these trends, but still appreciate the greater societal considerations among our populace. ERAP and ORCA continues our 2 primary programs. You'll see information on both of them today in your deck, and we'll spend a little bit of time specifically on ORCA. ERAP applications will cease soon in the anticipation of the funding being fully expended. We will, however, try to make a seamless transition to the state for distribution. We appreciate Commissioner Abdurrahman, you bringing up some of that this last week in terms of work with the courts, so we'll continue to do that. ORCA remains ahead of plan, but is slowing. You'll see that in our information, so we continue to monitor that progress on backlog reduction. We will present the ORCA communications plan. Mr. Chairman, you asked for that, so that'll be presented today to draw attention to this important area. We will also present the Health and Human Services Strategic Area Report as well as the HUD annual plan. So there will be a lot of information presented today that's looking ahead as opposed to looking backward. And again, thank Commissioner Ellis and Abdurrahman for their help in being the board liaison for this important area. The COVID financials remain unchanged. We do plan to support Grady as we receive FEMA reimbursements based on your decisions, and we'll consider any other allocations based on BOC resolutions. Kind of under the preview of coming attractions, we've already mentioned that we'll have a full review of not only mid-year outlook, but also multi-year projections. One of the things that we've been working on diligently is, as we prepare for and are engaged in the loss discussions, but also for our own financial planning purposes, getting a handle on what the multi-year implications of some of the bigger issues that we confront would be for our financials. So we'll share that with you as you consider the millage rate decision. And we'll ask Sharon to get you that information in advance of that important discussion. As well, the last thing I just mentioned is several of us toured the Election Central / warehouse location this last week. It's really coming together and will be a phenomenal asset for Fulton County in terms of our operational capabilities, but most specifically the benefit to elections. And we're also prepared, after a review yesterday, to bring forward our plans for not only pandemic proofing, which was an early term that we used for reconfiguration of our existing workspace, but really reimagining that workspace with a lot of benefits that you'll see in terms of how the citizens will interact with us, as well as how employees will be enabled to work remotely, as well as be in a modern space. So we're prepared to do that in the next meeting or so. So again, with that, Mr. Chairman, Doug Schuster, Matt is out today, is actually prepared to highlight a few of these trend items, and I hope we can spend a little bit of time on them due to their significant change. So Doug, who is remote, if you'll
Thank
take
you, commissioners. Thank you. Next slide, please. So in the process of giving the most current, best information out there, there's some things that we believe are very interesting. All of our current track metrics are in the red category, which is our highest category. Our current reported 7-day average cases is 330, which is up from the last Board of Commissioners meeting. Our positivity rate is at 19.2, which is very high for the life of the pandemic. And based on historical data with percent positives and our new wastewater analysis from going back as far as Omicron comparison, we're assuming that underreporting of cases is approximately 7 times more than our reported case number, which make our daily 7-day average 23,010, which that number would be an all-time high for Fulton County. So there's a lot of transmission out there with the new variants as they surge. An important fact is still to this day, vaccines, unvaccinated people account for 92% of hospitalizations and 92% of the continuing deaths in Fulton County. As the variants progress, they're less effective against catching the virus, but still very effective from 3 things: severe consequence of hospitalization and death, and also symptoms of long-term COVID. So vaccines are still our best tool to fight what's going on. Other things I want to highlight here is we're at the highest levels on the 2 things that the CDC tracks, which is the risk to our health system. We're in the orange category for the 3rd consecutive week, which is the highest. And the community spread level is red for the 14th consecutive week, which just means there's a lot of COVID out there. Next slide. I want to highlight something that we're pretty proud of this late in the game is we had a huge weekend with back to school events with both school systems. Banneker High School vaccinated 100 individuals. North Springs High School vaccinated 41. And the back to school bash for Atlanta Public Schools at the World Congress Center vaccinated 86 people. Most of these were first vaccinations, and it's the highest vaccination total since January 6th for Fulton County. So we're pretty happy with the numbers we got there. And on the right, for your reference later, is our updated fixed vaccination schedule going forward. Next slide. This is the CDC risk to the healthcare system. This week, all 3 metrics that they track went up. To be in the worst category, you have to be over 200 cases. We're at 250. You have to be over 10 for hospital admissions per 100,000. We're at 16.21. And so based on that data, the recommendations from CDC is stay up to date on your vaccinations, get boosted, wear a face mask when in indoor public settings or crowded outdoor spaces, avoid non-essential activities if you can, especially if you have senior people at risk that you spend a lot of time with, and maximize social distancing when you can. When transmission is this high, this is always the recommendation. Get tested if you have symptoms, exposed or traveled or interacted with other members, and stay home if you're sick. We hope that that's something that everybody's doing today. Next slide. As the county manager mentioned, our partnership with Emory University and the wastewater program is really just starting and continuing to expand and providing great results for us. It's an important early warning signal. And not only are we tracking all versions of COVID, SARS variants, we're also tracking monkeypox, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So we're excited about that partnership and what we can do with it and be able to share data with this group. Next slide. One more slide, please. One more. Hey, this is just an example of the two maps showing the high levels of Fulton County for both risk to the healthcare system and then the communicability on the right. Go to slide 13, please. This is really kind of a visual display of what we were talking about earlier with 7 times the reported case rate. We are currently at 330, but the estimated infections based on our historical analysis is we're approximately 2,310, which puts us above where we were this past holiday season with the Omicron variant. Next slide. We've got Dr. Holland from Board of Health on the line. He can give more information here. And we just tried to summarize some key simple bits of information on monkeypox. I'll scroll down on case counts. The world is at 22,485, US 5,200. Georgia, I believe, is up to 370 now. And the Fulton County, Atlanta metro area has approximately 300 of Georgia's cases, over 90%. Vaccination is in short supply, and our allotments are being administered by the government. We are now starting this week administering the Jynneos vaccine, which is 2 doses, 4 weeks apart, at the Neighborhood Union Health Clinic, Wednesdays and Thursdays from 9 to 3. More days may be added when our vaccine supply increases. Due to a limited supply, these vaccines will be by appointment only and either have a positive case of monkeypox or those who are at a high risk group for being exposed. Dr. Holland, do you have anything to add here?
The only thing I want to emphasize is that the vaccine is in incredibly high demand and is very, very limited supply. So we are doing our best to make sure that it gets equitably distributed among the individuals that are most in need of it, following the CDC guidelines. I believe we're having some success with that, but it is, if you get any calls from constituents about how to get the vaccine or something like that, there's simply just not enough of it right now. We are releasing appointments weekly via our social media channels, and any questions about how to get tested for monkeypox or to how to access the vaccine should be referred to our hotline at 404-613-8150.
County Manager, we're open for questions.
All right, on questions, Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, I actually wanted to get in the queue to talk about monkeypox because I've gotten quite a few calls. Could you repeat that hotline number for us?
Sure. 404-613-8150. And it's actually the same number that is used for COVID calls as well. So it's just our call center number.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd gotten some inquiries from constituents, and one message I'll just read. It's very short. Commissioner Morris, I've read for the past several weeks that monkeypox is an emerging threat to the people of Fulton County. Yet our public health department does not have any information on its website about when and where to get vaccines. I assume that's old news now that there is something on the website, Dr. Holland, about...
That's correct.
Okay. A citizen has to follow them on social media and maybe catch the news. after
Got it.
COVID, one would think we could do better. I hope you will implore the Department of Public Health to have walk-in clinic appointments, but obviously you've indicated that you can't do that because there's just not enough of the vaccines. Additionally, I would encourage you to call on the CDC, Georgia Department of Public Health, and U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to do more. Thank you. So yeah, it is increasingly of concern to folks. I also got a call from a friend yesterday to see about where to get a vaccine, and I told him I really didn't know, and he had contacted someone in Chatham County, and he drove down there to get the vaccine there. I don't know if they have more, or do you know if other counties are doing the same thing with walk-in, with call-in appointments first?
Yeah. As far as I know, every health district that is offering vaccine is doing it by appointment only. The thing is that we have the largest number of individuals that need the vaccine. We are also getting the largest numbers of vaccines. However, when we open appointments, they just disappear within minutes. If we tried to do a walk-in vaccine, we would have people lined up around the block, blocking traffic, every single time we did it. There's no way to do it. The farther you get out from the center of the city, so Gwinnett has the same problem. Gwinnett's been offering vaccinations. DeKalb did the same thing. But my understanding is that there are some kind of exurban counties that have had appointments go somewhat slower. But the social media buzz on the demand for vaccine is ensuring that even those appointments get sucked up. The numbers that are being given to those counties is just not, we're giving out 1,200 first doses this week.
1,200 on a week? Is that?
Well, this week we're giving out 1,200.
Okay.
And we, the appointments opened up last night. They were gone in less than 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, it sounds reminiscent of the startup of the COVID vaccinations, where you'd have it opened up for appointments and they'd fill up immediately, and people would get so angry because they say, well, the system isn't even working. It was working, but they were filling up so quickly that there just weren't any more available. I assume the country's working and companies are working on producing more and more of these things, and maybe we'll get some more relief as time goes on.
That is correct. The vaccine that we're using, called Jynneos, which is the inactive vaccine, there is a supply. It's manufactured in Denmark, and the U.S. has procured a supply. It just hasn't arrived yet. So the amount of vaccine that we will be getting will be increasing. And as we get more, we're working very hard to build a system so that we can distribute everything that we can get and get everybody vaccinated. My concern is that it's just that, cases are, the number of people infected by monkeypox is just going up much faster than the vaccine is arriving. And therefore, it is very important that people learn how to protect themselves. And we will have information on that on the website. There's some really good information put out by the CDC on how to protect yourself in social and sexual encounters.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Holland. That's it, Mr. Chairman, for me.
All right, other questions? Mr. Manager, would you clarify, when you were talking about monkeypox during your remarks, what did you say about among our employees?
Yes, sir.
Did I hear that correctly?
We've had a report of 2 cases just yesterday. And if there's any, in fact, I think it would behoove us to let Joe Davis discuss what our protocols are briefly in terms of when we do experience that, because obviously it has a high transmission rate vis-a-vis touch. So Joe, if you would brief the board on our plans.
Good morning, Commissioners. As the virus that causes monkeypox is considered a Tier 1 virus, which means it's an enveloped virus, it is in the same category as that of the virus that causes COVID-19. As such, the EPA has and the CDC has indicated that all EPA-registered disinfectants that are suitable for Tier 1 viruses will also be suitable for disinfecting areas where there has been a suspected monkeypox exposure. As it relates to our overall protocol, at this particular point, we're going to follow the same one that we use for COVID, in that departments that have a reported exposure or positive reporting to HR or to the HR office, it goes into our web EOC, a work order comes into Dreams Customer Service Center requesting sanitization, and we will follow the exact same protocol, which is that evening our janitorial contractors will come in using one of those EPA registered disinfectants, wipe down all surfaces that are high frequency touch points, whether it be counters for the customers, desks, handrails, doorknobs, and things of that nature, which is, like I said before, the exact same protocol that we're currently following for COVID exposures.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So will we be receiving a report like the COVID employee report?
Yes, ma'am. I think we were all taken aback yesterday that that was the report, but we'll plan to add that, given that it's entered our own environment now. And then, again, with Joe's help, I do think we've got a good response mechanism and a quick response mechanism for that, but we will include it in our same reports that we provide for COVID.
All right, and so the protocol is what if an employee even suspects that they have monkeypox? Can you repeat what the protocol is for the employee?
No, well, I think it would be the same as it is for COVID. If they have symptoms, then they need to seek medical attention to have that confirmed. But if confirmed, then they do report to HR and then follow a set of protocols as it relates to isolation and the like. And then Joe's responsibility is the sanitization of the environment itself.
So should they immediately isolate themselves?
I think certainly if they have been diagnosed as having it. Now, if they have a rash, I'm not sure. I had a rash 2 weeks ago from poison ivy. So I don't know that they need to isolate if it's nothing more than a symptom, but certainly if confirmed, they do.
The rash from monkeypox that I've seen is really significant. It's not just your normal rash. So if somebody has a rash that is that severe, shouldn't they isolate and they should isolate immediately and seek doctor's care?
Yes, I think so.
Because I wouldn't want anybody to just continue coming into work, just, waiting for their doctor's appointment, and you can see that the rash might be similar to monkeypox.
I think you raised some good points. Dr. Holland, if you're hearing this discussion, let me
Yeah.
refer to you.
Yeah, I had my hand up. So first of all, I just want to point out that monkeypox is not easy to get. There is no evidence that this has been spread, by any sort of just casual contact. There's been no transmission recorded in even in a clinical environment, like a medical provider getting it from a patient or anything like that. It does seem to require some very, perhaps prolonged intimate contact in order to get. That said, in past outbreaks in Africa where this was seen previously, there have been incidents where people have gotten monkeypox through soil bedding and everything. So, it is important to sterilize the environment. It does not need to be anything fancy, just As was mentioned, standard disinfectants work really well. Anybody that is in a risk group for monkeypox that has an unusual rash should stay home and get tested. Stay home from work and then seek testing to confirm. And if confirmed, should stay isolated. And there's isolation guidance that's linked on our website until the rash is crusts over and starts healing. There's not a specific time course, like a certain number of days or weeks. You have to monitor it clinically. And this is guidance for everybody, not just employees. And we've had actually really good success with people, following that guidance. I do just want to circle back to this point that this is something that is circulating in certain social networks and not at present, something that has been documented as being transmitted by any sort of casual contact.
Okay, you kind of, to me, contradicted yourself. You said it cannot be contracted through casual manner, but you need to sterilize behind someone who had monkeypox and may have touched or been in a specific area. To me, that sounds like you still need to be very careful if you have to sterilize. And there are children who have even contracted this. California and Illinois just declared states of emergency over monkeypox, and others are following suit. I think that, with that being said, that this is more serious than what we are presenting it to be today. So I look forward to hearing more information on what we're doing to address this and to make it not only safe for our county employees, but safe for our residents.
And to clarify, in this outbreak, there's been no documented transmission through surfaces or fomites. The sterilization stuff comes from cases in Africa, some of which were in actually other strains. It's more, it's been documented before in other places, so we're taking extra precautions. But in this outbreak, the transmission has all been skin to skin with, pretty prolonged intimate contact.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Khadija Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Dr. Holland, you may have already said this, and I apologize if I have overlooked the information. At present, in the state of Georgia, do we have any deaths or a number of deaths from monkeypox?
There have been no deaths in the United States from this monkeypox outbreak.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right, any more to report, Mr. County Manager?
No, ma'am, we had not planned on overviewing anything further in terms of ERAP or ORCA unless you have questions. We do have the ORCA communications plan, which has been included in your deck as well. We're proud to have Jessica overview that, again, if there are questions, but we did not have any further presentation planned.
Commissioner Ellis?
I did have some questions around the ORCA stuff, and the slides that are in there. Just for reference, I do think it's an important issue that we need to keep in front of ourselves and be talking about in detail on some level at each meeting as we're doing these updates. So I had just a handful of just quick questions and just sort of things I wanted to highlight. I believe it's slide 31 of the report, where it looks at the case disposition progress. read this number, if I read this sketch right, progress from 7/3 to 7/31, 86367 to 84381, that's 1,986 cases resolved this month, which if we straight line that out would mean that we would end this backlog in 3.5 years. And a significant drop off from progress that was made in the month of from 6/5 to 7/3. Not necessarily asking for an explanation of that. I'm just pointing out the numbers and what they are. Our objective was to have this backlog cleared out by, remind me again, at the end of 2023. Okay, so obviously at that current pace, 3.5 years out is well beyond 2023. So I think that's one thing to kind of sort of keep in front of us. On page 33, if I'm reading this right, I guess in that bottom portion under criminal cases, I guess it's the light green and the light blue, I guess, is what would be open criminal cases. Is that correct? So we have 68,000 between the backlog and existing. We have 68,085 open criminal cases at the present point in time. Is that the fair way to interpret that? Yes? Okay. I take that as an affirmation on that. So I think that number in particular is a number for us to zero in on. And then on page 36, the detainees by judge slide. I did have a question on this. If I run those numbers across, that's 1,596 detainees by a judge. Is that specifically for ORCA-related cases, or that sort of general detainees by a judge?
These are general detainees.
Okay. So if they're, and our population right now is 3,400, roughly. And
That is
so
correct.
Running across here, and I realize we may have some, I guess, state court detainees, maybe?
And you also have about 1,000 individuals who are not indicted. So
That was my question, is
Yeah.
sort of what was the number of that 3,400? Do we know the number of 3,400 that represent unindicted individuals?
It's a combination of the ones that have been assigned to a judge once they've been indicted, and then you have individuals who have not been indicted yet. And then you also have, this doesn't include certain cases that, for example, if someone is, if there's a warrant out for someone and other types of things. But for the most part, the big buckets are the individuals who have been assigned to a judge, and then the individuals awaiting indictment.
Could we begin, I mean, could we get a slide or incorporate in the data, I guess, sort of with 2 or 3 other data points? I think number one is sort of a jail population at, kind of same point in time that we're reporting this. In some maybe retrospective look back on that, kind of with some detail, whether that's month or 3-month periods, whenever we have the data, look back a year, whatever it is. So jail population, the average length of stay, and the number of folks of the jail population that are unindicted. Can we begin to get that on a regular basis as part of this report?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'd have to obviously talk to the county attorney. I want to make sure we're not, if there's some litigation things that it may have an impact. But for the most part, yes, we can gather the information.
Okay.
I will also say to your point about the slowdown in the case dispositions, I think part of that, Commissioner Ellis, is due to this being apparently conference season, right? So 2 weeks ago it was the prosecutors. I think next week it's all the judges. They go to these places because they use them for CPE credit. And so I think this is what, I think everybody goes to Jekyll Island at some point in July and August.
Well, I've been going to Jekyll Island and whatever. I don't think our taxpayers want to hear about going to Jekyll Island when we got a big
Totally
backlog.
agree.
So, I mean.
Totally agree.
I'm looking for, kind of what's going on. I'm just pointing out the, kind of the numbers and this pace is, slowed considerably, so.
It has over the last, as I said, July and August are going to be slow months, and you're right.
You saying August is going to be slow too?
Absolutely. The reality is that conferences are put on in July and August. My personal bias is I'm not sure why they don't do it like the private sector, which is allow people to take these courses via the web and doing it at their own timing and not have super spreader events, but that's just my perspective. So, but
Well,
at this point
I
in
mean-
time, that's the way it's done, and it's not something that we can change.
I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. You're just only kind of conveying something, but I mean, that's a non-starter to me to go to our public and say we have to significantly slow down the course because we had to have people go to conferences. I mean, the world works. We all have conferences to go to, continuing ed to meet and all that sort of stuff, and have to figure out how to run our operations and provide services at a similar pace, not have it result in a dramatic slowdown. So, I hope that's not some sort of continued refrain that we, hear and we start to see some movement. But I do want to, if we can get those other things, I do think they would be useful numbers for us to kind of continue to have in front of us really for, I mean, they have a lot of meaning and impact on a lot of stuff that we're trying to measure, as well as, meaningful impacts on stuff that we're trying to make decisions around in terms of funding. So I think that would be useful to have that. So
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We always tell our residents to refer to the CDC as it relates to health issues, and I just happened to look at the CDC's website to see what it says about the spread of monkeypox, and I was surprised to see that it says, and I'm going to read this verbatim, monkeypox spreads in a few ways. Monkeypox can spread to anyone through close, personal, often skin-to-skin contact, including direct contact with monkeypox rash, scabs, or body fluids from a person with monkeypox, touching objects, fabrics, clothing, bedding, or towels and surfaces that have been used by someone with monkeypox, contact with respiratory secretions. This direct contact can happen during intimate contact, including oral, anal, and vaginal sex or touching the genitals or anus, hugging, massage, and kissing, prolonged face-to-face contact, touching fabrics and objects during sex that were used by a person with monkeypox and that have not been disinfected, such as bedding, towels, fetish gear, and sex toys. A pregnant woman can spread the virus to their fetus through the placenta. So this says right here that you can get it from touching objects. And I just want to ensure that I provide that clarification to our residents who are watching and listening.
All right, any other questions at this time?
Mr. Chairman, you had asked in the last meeting for us to have a crisp communications strategy around Project Orca. We have
Yes,
that today, if you would like to review it.
Yes, sir.
So I'll ask Ms. Corbett to do so.
And good morning, Commissioners. Please go to the slide with the communications plan for Project Orca. Commissioners, essentially we have identified a
Speak
few...
up a little bit, Ms. Corbett.
Good. Can you hear me now? I'm just going to wait a minute for them to pull up the slides. Essentially, we have identified a few opportunities to tell the story of the investment that this board has made and the work that our justice partners are doing to reduce the accumulation of cases due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This board approved a $75 million investment, and that leadership is to be noted. Many counties have struggled to find the resources to do this. Each of the cases that were referenced in those slides a few minutes ago represent numerous affected parties, whether it's a divorce, a small business claim, a criminal case. And so we want to make sure the public is aware not only of the investment that you all have approved, but the work that is happening, so there's trust and confidence that the system is working as it should be. We have many programs and tools to provide insight into the use of our resources, and we have many of the dashboards that you see. In addition to the briefings of these meetings, we have online dashboards where the public can see. I understand there is concern about some slowdown month to month, but there has been a huge amount of work that has occurred, reducing from the original point of 149,000 cases to where we are today, and that work will continue. In addition to that, as part of the work to reduce this accumulation of cases, new tools are being introduced into the system to help it work better than it did before. And so we will also want to highlight some of those efficiencies and innovations that are occurring. Next slide, please. So essentially, this just kind of provides a snapshot of some of our goals, but really about making sure the public has insight into what is happening, how progress is being made, and also we want to shine a light on our leadership in this area. It's also important that this should not be a one and done communication. This is an ongoing update that needs to happen until the last case is resolved. Next slide, please. So we'll start with at the bottom with the general public, which is really should really be at the top. But every Fulton County resident has an interest in this. Every person who lives here on any given day may find themselves interacting with the justice system. There are also, as we hear from often at these meetings, many advocates who are interested in the justice system specifically, whether they're advocating for defendants or for victims of crimes or for generally have an interest in the justice system. The legal community in Fulton County is very strong. We have many attorneys and legal professionals who interact with the system. Obviously, reporters who cover this justice system, if they're there for a high-profile case or whatever reason, we want them to also understand what's happening with the COVID-19 case reduction program. Law enforcement agencies have a stake in this. Many of the cases they have made arrests for or are working their way through the system. They need to know what's happening. And then finally, elected officials, many, especially our state delegation, has a very strong interest in the operations of our justice system, our municipal elected leaders, and some of our federal leaders as well. Next slide, please. So this is kind of the nitty-gritty of what we are proposing. One is a set of briefings with press, whether those are individual reporters, editorial board meetings, things of that nature, and also monthly intermittent briefings about where we are working. I know we talked last time about our good friends at the AJC, but there are lots of other media outlets that also cover the Fulton County justice system and have an interest in this work. We would also recommend announcements and celebrations of key milestones. We are relatively close to the halfway mark with the cases, and I think that is a great milestone for us to observe. We also have many communication channels on our own. We want to do more to push out the content that is provided at these updates. We've talked with Mr. Adams and others about making sure, and I had this experience myself when I went back and looked at some of these slides, as I'm listening to explanations, they make perfect sense. When I look at them on my own, I need a little help interpreting the data. So we want to make sure that the slides are a snapshot that anyone can understand very clearly what is the story that's happening, how many cases were resolved this month, how many more to go by agency and by judge, what is the progress that is being made. We've also had some discussion about community meetings to highlight this work and to other initiatives that this board has funded and that our justice partners have taken on that address public safety. There's sometimes, I think, an oversight of how much work Fulton County does to improve public safety in our community, and we want the public to know that this board has a huge interest in that and invests millions and millions of dollars every year to advance public safety in our communities. Mr. Chairman, that, I think, concludes that presentation. Next slide, please.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
So, what I was looking for and asking for, I mean, it seems like we're still, what's the expression, tippy-toeing around what the real issue is here. And that is, I mean, I know what it is, you know what it is, Mr. Adams knows what it is, my colleagues, we all know what it is, the judges know, the DA knows, the solicitor knows. We know who's working and who's not working. And I don't understand why we just won't say that and make it public and let the public make a decision. And I don't see, this is all good what you have here, but you missed the point, I think, of how are we going to let the public know? Every time there's an outcry because of an increase in crime, you have, and there's some comment among the public about judges not doing their jobs. Then you have a group of citizens, primarily North Side citizens, women, who will say, we're gonna monitor the judges. Well, they'll get a group together, they'll go to a courtroom, that lasts about a month, then it's gone. But we've got a problem here now, and I just think that we gotta be more aggressive in letting the public know, the broad public know, who's working and who's not working. You know them by name, I know them by name, based upon the work that Mr. Adams and his team that they've done. So why don't we, what I'm looking for is a way to get that to the broader public and let the public decide. And I don't see that in the work that you've done presented here today. You've given a broad brush to it, but.
I hear you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. So when we were reviewing some of the data that would be shared just a few minutes ago, there were charts on the screen here that showed different rates of processing and handling cases by agency and by judge. And that would be part of the information that it's already shared publicly, and we would simply share that. It's there for people to draw their own conclusions. We understand these are complex issues, but the data is there, and this is the exact same data we would be sharing, but simply making it easier for a layperson to understand what is the progress that's being made. Some cases are more complex than others. We understand that, and I don't think any of us are trying to point fingers, but I think that the data is there for people to draw the conclusions they need to draw, and we would simply be providing that to them. And Mr. Chairman, you certainly could take that information and share it in the way you see fit.
Yeah, but but we are pointing fingers. I mean, we got a problem, and if as I understand it, I've heard others say, the magistrate judge or the magistrate court, they've done a great job in getting through theirs, but then the slowdown comes when it gets to the solicitor, the DA, and the judges. I may be missing someone, but those are the ones. I don't know why we are hesitant about just calling it like it is, calling balls and strikes.
If I can, I don't know how to say this. That's not exactly accurate.
Which part is not accurate?
It's not a solicitor issue. It's not a DA issue. The vast majority of judges actually show up and do a great job. Are there outliers, like they're in any role, whether it be any function, including some on this side of the street? Yes. And in the discussions that we had, the question was, is calling out judges helpful? Is it going to move the needle? Is it going to change things? And classic change management or real-time change management would say, absolutely not. And so what we are trying to do is use this data to work with our agencies to see if we can help them make changes to be more productive, to have a faster throughput. We've got a number of initiatives to do that, but we provide the data, and I guess what I would say in talking to Jessica, if that data is something that you want to use to call out particular judges, then that's something that obviously as elected official you can do, but it's not something that either she, and certainly not me, because I have to work with these folks, and I consider them to be my clients and partners and trying to solve big issues. It's not something that I can do.
All I'm saying is that the data you've done a great, and I acknowledge this, you've done a great job in compiling the data for us. But we need to get it out and let the public make their own decisions. They can read, they can write, they can see who's working and who's not working. But we're still, for some reason, hesitant to do it. And I said before, I don't plan to go before a judge, so I'm not worried about them giving me a maximum sentence, because I'm not doing anything that I know of that's going to require me to come before them. So I'm not afraid of that. So if the ones who are working, we know who they are. But our audience is limited. All I'm asking for is a means, a method, and the only thing I can think of is buying an ad in the AJC and publishing it on a monthly basis and let the public draw their own conclusions. Because it's crystal clear who is and who is not. And I don't want to beat this to death, and I have to commend Commissioner Ellis for keeping this up and bringing all of this to our attention. But I think it is incumbent upon, not on each of us as individuals, but upon the county and the Orca crowd to make this known. Otherwise, it's business as usual. Why have, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know why we're being timid about this.
And I'm sorry if I'm giving the impression of being timid, because I don't feel timid. But I would say that the data is there. I do agree that the public can draw their conclusions. I think a next step for us, we appreciate the feedback today, would be to create some of the products we've recommended, some of the templates, newsletters, graphics that we can share, and to bring that back in. I hope that, I think with your feedback, I feel confident that we can tell the story and raise awareness of this important work.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Pitts, and I concur with many of the things that you spoke about. I do want to go, and I think maybe to kind of reframe a few things and sort of amplify that. If you go to the front thing with your key messages on this.
Can you please move the slide to the key messages slide?
First one of this, I believe. Keep going. Keep going.
Keep going, please.
That's page 40.
There you go.
So,
Back.
yeah. So the main thing I want to communicate is I don't want us attempting to paint this as it's all great, right? And that the fourth bullet point, the COVID-19 case reduction project is working. That's not a statement I don't think that all of us would necessarily agree with up here.
Okay.
There are aspects of it that you all report to us. We allocate the funding and we're looking at results, okay? And we're also, there's $350 million of funding we're talking about. 288 on our annual general fund budget, and $75 million additional in ORCA, okay? We've had a lot of challenges in this area over time. It's become amplified. There's been great work that's been done to put a plan together to execute around, all right? A lot of good things have happened within it, but there are leading indicators in here that suggest that there are other places where it's not working as what we intended it to do. So this fourth bullet point down, if this is the message coming from the Fulton County Commissioners, I'm not comfortable saying that the COVID-19 project is working, let's declare victory. I want us just to report the results.
Okay.
That's all we have to do. Here's where we started, here's where we're at. I don't want to say we're failing, because it all may catch up. But I'm not comfortable saying, hey, high five, it's working. Because we got a lot of leading indicators around some stuff that maybe it's not. And maybe we're going to have to make some adjustments. I'm not, I don't know in here, and nor did I really have that much time and energy to kind of like, hey, I want to go put up a wanted sign saying, that judge is doing, he's not doing their job and she's not doing her job, whatever. That's not my intent with all of this. It's really just to highlight, here's where we are collectively, right? And let's not try to paint this as put all like warm fuzzies and roses around this thing. Let's just put the facts out there.
Okay.
And then I think we are going to have to continue to sort of ask the questions around why certain things maybe not moving right, kind of, and time's going to tell on that, right? So, I think the best thing we can do is come up with good data, not try to overinterpret it, for the public's benefit, and then let them arrive at their own conclusions. Let us continue to ask questions. Let those markers be out there for all of our justice partners who have to look at this and sort of do their own assessments about, how they think their teams are doing, right? I mean, this is all just stuff, right? It's data that we're using to try to help us all collectively perform better. So I'm generally comfortable with everything else that's up here that you've shared, but this fourth bullet point, I'm not comfortable with the way that's phrased and that's outlined. I think it needs to be repositioned.
Okay.
And then I also think that we need to, the criminal aspect of our courts, this is crucially important. And, that's an area I think we need some of the better data around that, like I talked about in the jail population, unindicted cases, et cetera, and just put the data out there. Let's not overinterpret it for everybody. And I think that's generally what you were speaking to, Mr. Chair, is not to like, hey, this is all great, this is just what it is. So,
Thank you. That's very helpful feedback.
All right. Commissioner Abdu-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. With all due respect to you, Chairman, and my colleagues, I think for me, and I can only speak for me, our justice partners, and the purpose of this was because we were in COVID. However, COVID didn't stop people from divorcing. COVID didn't stop people from committing crime. COVID didn't stop things associated with the legal system that happened on a daily basis. And so while you're trying to work on a backlog, you still have to go with the day-to-day business. Are there areas of improvement? Yes, I will adhere to that. However, I would be remiss if I didn't say, I think we need to be just a little bit careful in throwing our judges or what they are trying to attempt to do under the bus. There is no litmus test from one judge to another as to how quickly they dispose of cases, depending on the seriousness and depending on several factors that will add to the lengthened time. One can look at this report and see that glass half full, as well as one can look and see it half empty. It's all on interpretation. However, as a sitting commissioner, I just want us to be clear about the fact that the judges in our entire system at one point was shut down, and at one point when it reopened, and at one point when all of this was going on, this is the very first time we have been in COVID. This is the very first time that we have had to basically rise to the occasion of making sure our legal system did not come to a complete halt while trying to deal with a backlog. So I guess part of the conversation for me and for the public is to make sure that we are realistic with our view of this report, because we may have made differences and changes, but even though the COVID was still in place, crime didn't stop. Things that affected the court system didn't stop. And so when you continually have to deal with cases, deal with a backlog, deal with COVID, deal with funding, deal with a lot of different things, I think it would be just a tad bit unfair to unjustly throw any of the judges under the bus because of this. Now, I know there's a concern. Some judges move differently from others. I recognize that. But I don't want to look at this report as a report to say that the judge is not doing their job. I'm sorry. I haven't seen any data right now that shows me that. It shows me maybe areas of improvement. It shows me maybe some better communication, but it does not show that it is not working. And so I don't think it's fair to give the public the view that this is not working and we need to put a billboard up on Peachtree against the judges. I think that's a tad bit harsh, with all due respect. So I just want us to make sure that we understand that during a backlog, you still have to process what comes in daily. And so I just wanted to make sure that I put that out there. Thank you, Chairman.
Other comments? I'm not sure where we are. Business as usual, huh? Anything else on this, Mr. Manager?
No, sir, we don't have any
All right, just a
further
minute.
comments.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that we need a little bit of clarification. The court backlog didn't just happen because of COVID-19. The court backlog has been taking place years before that. There have been chief judges and staff, district attorney, and others who even met with the late Commissioner Joan P. Garner, and then me as a new commissioner starting in 2018 to show me caseloads by judges, to show me calendars by judges, to show me vacations set by judges and how those vacations conflicted with the caseloads getting done, and just so much more information that was provided that showed why there are significant issues with the court caseloads. And so, of course, COVID-19 brought a lot of funding that allowed us to assist in this area of identifying additional issues as it relates to the court system and the processes and, you know, the jail overcrowding and sentencing and all the things that contribute to the issues that we are experiencing in this process. But these are not new issues that only came about because of COVID-19. These are issues that we have been discussing years before COVID-19. Thank you.
All right, other comments? Anything else, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
On page 6,
Now, it's 12:36, and we haven't gotten to one. Have we voted on anything yet, other than the item that was pulled up? The point I'm making, I want to talk about the agenda going forward, but it's 12:36 already.
okay, on page 6, 22-0528, purchasing and contract compliance, Request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0529, Finance, presentation, review, and approval of the August 3rd, 2022 budget soundings.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
I have a question. In reviewing the documents that are part of this item, what I saw was it says the ending contingency balance is 0, and it doesn't show where the funding is going to come from to fund these two items, which are the water sewer billing and the attorney's budget, which they absolutely need the funding for. Can you answer that question of where is the funding going to come from? Because I did not see it. I just saw a 0 ending contingency balance.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hall. The funding will be coming from, the first one for the $192,000 will come from Water and Sewer Contingency Fund, not the general fund. The schedule that you're looking at is used to track general fund contingency. So this particular item is within the Water and Sewer Fund, and that is where the funding will be coming from on the $192,000. The other one from $1,929,993 is within the Risk Management Fund. So the funding for the soundings request will be coming from that fund's contingency fund, which is Fund 725.
All right, and what is the actual balance of the contingency fund?
Our general fund contingency fund for soundings is down to 0. We've used up every amount.
It is actually 0.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right,
22.
Commissioners, the next, 5 all are IGAs with various cities regarding the running of their elections. If no objections, we can take all 5 of those together. All right, just sound the caption on the 5, Madam Clerk.
Okay, 22-0530, request approval of an IGA to conduct special elections for the City of Milton, City of Atlanta, City of East Point, City of Roswell, and City of Fairburn.
All right, entertain a motion to approve. A motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Ellis, you have the floor.
Just a quick question on all of these, just so, for the benefit of the public, since elections is certainly a topic for conversation whenever different items come up. As I understand these are all IGAs where we will add on provisions that the individual cities have, whether they be tax-related, such as exemptions or something of that nature, and they will piggyback onto our election, to the general elections, and there'll be no additional cost for them for that. Is that correct?
Williams, I'm sorry, I didn't put it on mic. Yes, there'll be no additional cost for that. Since it's in conjunction with the statewide election, there is no cost to the municipalities.
All right. That's all I wanted to have go into the record. Thanks.
All right, please vote. Motion is to approve.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0535, Real Estate and Asset Management, requests approval to increase spending authority to provide plumbing, supplies, and related items.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7, 22-0536, request approval to increase spending authority to provide lighting supplies and related items.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Hall, you have a question?
Mr. Chair, I was just noticing that on 535 and this item 536, that I wanted to just ask a quick question. Is this due to supply chain issues, which are creating delays and cost increases?
Commissioner Hall, the issue is that the supply chain issues brought upon by the pandemic, staffing shortages, have all had a trickle-down effect, so to speak, as it relates to individual providers' costs that they have to pass on to us as their customer, and that is what's causing this. So we're seeing this across the board in all our materials and supplies. This will not be the last authority increase that we bring before you for this very reason.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
I appreciate, I know these weren't necessarily large items, but I do appreciate Commissioner Hall raising this. And we also, it kind of got moved through fairly quickly at our last meeting, but we also had, on this notion of escalated costs and that sort of stuff due to cost of materials as well as labor, we also had a significant increase in for our landscaping costs at the last meeting, very significant. So, I think that's just, I just only get in the queue to just note this and amplify it because it is something that, we're going to be facing in terms of the context of all of our, continued discussions around spending this year as well as budgetary stuff for next year. And it plays into, as well as what we will do relative to our millage rate too.
All right, the motion before us is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0538, Community Development, request approval of a resolution to authorize the adoption and approval of the 2022 HUD Annual Action Plan.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
I just have a few questions about what is the target market that you're going to be looking at, and how are the selections made for the target areas? Yes.
My apologies. Stan Wilson, Director of Community Development. In terms of who's served by the federal dollars, those are low and moderate income families.
No, this is 537, right?
No, 537
oh, I'm
was
sorry, I
removed.
missed 537.
Yeah, it was removed.
You removed it. That's right. I'm sorry, it moved. Well, 538, my question is, when will the home funding RFP be released?
We plan to release a home RFP in September.
In September? Oh, this year.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. There's a second by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0539, Public Works, request approval to increase spending authority to provide rental bypass pumping equipment.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions or comments? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 22-0540, request approval to increase spending authority to provide on-call, standby emergency construction service dealing with the repair and installation of water mains, water service lines.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. There's a second by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0541, request approval of a guaranteed maximum price to perform all construction activities associated with the installation of 2 new pump stations to serve the South Fulton County area.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions, comments? None, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0542, request approval of an MOU with the Georgia Department of Transportation for the milling and resurfacing project of Bluffington Road.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0543, request approval of a public-private partnership memorandum of understanding with the Georgia Department of Transportation for a water main and sewer relocation associated with State Route 400 Express Lanes improvements.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Commissioners' action items, 22-0496, request approval of ordinance to amend Chapter 101, Article 2, Division 2 of the Fulton County Code of Ordinances to prioritize public comments to Fulton County residents, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions or comments? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 abstention. On page 9, 22-0544, request approval of a resolution to amend Resolution 21-0277, creating and establishing the Fulton County Reparations Task Force to modify the number of appointees allowed by each member of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions? Please vote.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say that the committee has been meeting. They've been doing a great job. But part of the challenge has been not being able to get a quorum due to not having enough people. So this will hopefully allow them to be able to get a quorum.
All right, Commissioner Ellis.
I just think, to me, this sort of raises a bigger question when we have either whether task force, boards, or whatnot. I don't think any of them should be meeting and doing anything unless they have a quorum there. Else you've got not a representation of the broader public for which that was intended to, bring to bear views on a matter. I mean, we've got one board, I think the Animal Control Board, which I think they repeatedly don't meet because they don't have a quorum. So I don't see why we should have different rules for task forces or advisory boards than what we have for anything else. I think there should be uniformity with that. So I can't be in support of modifying to have that kind of provision. So.
Okay, let's vote.
I'm sorry. So what I would say in response to that, Commissioner Ellis, is that I think as with any group, they are able to meet without a quorum, is that they cannot take action without a quorum. And so they have had a quorum on occasion, and they have been able to take some action. And so the reason I'm putting this forward is so that they can take more action and have more people there. And so I would ask everyone for their support.
All right, motion is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, just one comment here. On these boards and boards and authorities, et cetera, Commissioner Ellis mentioned the animal control. That really needs to be populated. So if you do not have someone, if you're not appointed someone, please do so. But the other one is the, what's it called, the Mental Health Board. We have about, I mean, very few of us have appointments on that, and the focus going forward is on mental health. So please look at that, and Madam Clerk, you need to get that to them, let them know who needs to make appointments to that mental health board.
Okay.
Continue.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just one point of privilege on these, on all our boards and task forces. You know, can we get we should be notified or have some sort of mechanism that's notifying the public about when whether they're a task force or whether they're a board, when they are meeting and where they are meeting, and a report back of the notes or whatever from their meetings.
Okay, we can get that.
So some of these things I hadn't seen Boo on, so I don't know whether they're meeting or not meeting.
Good point.
Nor the public.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
All right, continue, please.
22-0545, request approval of a resolution approving funding of not less than $1 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds to implement a pilot program to develop and construct a community of tiny homes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, very quickly, this is an opportunity for, I think, Fulton County to lead nationally again with respect to governments being involved. And you always hear about affordable housing, but this is more, it is affordable housing, but it's more about home ownership. And these tiny homes are, they're just a thing of the future, and we're going to have to make an adjustment to that in our thinking. Quite simply, the pilot program would consist of us building a pilot project on county-owned land, about a half an acre. On a half an acre, you can get 6 to 8 of these tiny homes. We've identified at least 3 or 4 sites within Fulton County. They all happen to be within the city of South Fulton, and the city of South Fulton's council, for whatever reason, they've decided to pass a resolution, as I understand it, against constructing tiny homes, which I think is short-sighted on their part. But that being said, the city of East Point, strike that, College Park, though, has identified property in East Point that half-acre lots, and they're eager to participate, partner with us in this effort. Again, it's an opportunity for us to really set an example nationally for other local governments to follow. I'd like to ask Commissioner, Dr. Rochelle to briefly explain the concept and what we're hoping to do, and then we'll hear from Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So recently, the U.S. Treasury did release some additional guidance regarding the final rule for the use of ARPA dollars and the target for affordable housing using ARPA dollars. So this type of project does fall in line with eligible use for ARPA. Basically, a project of this nature would include, under affordability, targeting household incomes between 40% and 60% of area median income, with the option to donate land. This would allow these home purchases to remain affordable if we enter into an agreement with someone like the land bank to put the land in trust so that we can ensure for the future that the land remains affordable. We would also look at partnering with a nonprofit developer who has experience in the construction, sale, and marketing of affordable housing projects. And we, again, would target household incomes between 40% and 60% area median income. And we would use many of the HUD standards for affordable housing qualification guidelines and standards, which basically state that our homeowners would not be able to afford a mortgage more than 30% of their income. And so that would be the target range for the mortgages. We would seek to enlist a project manager with some expertise in tiny homes to join our team here. We have, of course, a strong dream organization led by Joe Davis. They, of course, have extensive expertise in construction. And then we have Stan Wilson, our Director of Community Development, who has extensive expertise developing many affordable housing communities in his vast experience with HUD programming. So, Mr. Chairman, that is a very high-level overview of what this project could look like.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Hall.
This is something that I'm very happy to see come before us, being that the city of Atlanta passed the first ordinance to have the first tiny houses in Atlanta. And this was back around 2017, I believe it was, when the first policy recommendation from the Department of Planning's tiny house feasibility study, also championed by former Atlanta City Council member Kwanzaa Hall, allowed for an accessory dwelling unit in areas zoned for duplexes, and it was unanimously passed by the City Council. So this is absolutely something I'm in favor of, and came in to office in 2018 requesting that we do further study and try to move toward doing this in Fulton County. So I'm thankful for this resolution, Chairman, and because it will expand the diversity of housing and the needs that and the need to address affordable housing and making a way for home ownership for those who normally would not have the ability to have home ownership. And thank you, Dr. Rochelle, Dick, and the county executives for your hard work on this effort.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm supportive of this idea. I do have some questions. I guess one about, donating the land or doing a land lease. And then I also have questions about, this is basically another type of community association, like a HOA. We're gonna have these many people, in that small of a confine, or a mobile park association, right? HOA, condo association, mobile park association. So we may want to have, or just make sure that we're considering putting in rules. The challenge with any community association is individual rights versus group rights. And so we need to make sure we just keep our eye on that and make sure that we have a mechanism in place to help manage that. So I don't know if we need an association or exactly how we're going to do it, but we need to be mindful of that. But I am certainly supportive of tiny homes, and less is more, right? So I'm glad to see us leading the way in this effort.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I, too, am in support of this. It was unfortunate that the city of South Fulton did put that in place, but I do understand why. I would just only ask Chairman and the county manager, as well as the Community Development Department, let's educate or try to educate this, what tiny homes are about. As being an ambassador with Atlanta Habitat, there is a trend that will be here that's really already here for tiny homes. There is a need for it. There's a market for it. And as we begin to increase our technology-based jobs, the consensus among the individuals that are looking for technology-based jobs also look for tiny homes. So I commend you, Chairman. I would like to co-sponsor this because of the simple fact that I want to help take ownership of educating our public. I think some of the resistance to it, Chairman, is because people don't understand when you have someone in an open meeting say if we go with tiny homes, we're going to turn our area into ghettos. That shows that you're not educated on what tiny homes are. And so I can understand the pro and the con of it, but as the leader in what you're trying to do, I think it's incumbent on us to take the lead and educate the community. And so that's all I'm asking, Chairman, whatever we can do in our prospective offices to make sure the correct information gets out as to what tiny homes are. I think that will make the resistance of it lower. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Arrington?
So briefly, I just want to go back to the point, I guess make a finer point. If the land is sold to individuals, somebody could potentially come buy all of that up later and put something else there, right? And so I think there has to be restrictive covenants placed on the land which require it to maintain its tiny home status, which is, again, back to the community association that I was referring to. So we need to just make sure we consider that. I mean, if the purpose of this is to be for tiny homes, we need to set it up so that somebody can't come in 5 years and undo that, right? Yes. And then now they've gotten this land. So we need to have some type of restrictive covenants on the land, declaration of protective covenants, I think is the technical term.
Great point, Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you for that, Commissioner Arrington. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to add that as a member of the Atlanta Homeless Continuum of Care Governing Council, which allocates millions of dollars toward housing for the homeless, and a member of the National Association of Counties Economic Mobility Leadership Network, funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, tiny houses are something that we have discussed. I've never seen any resistance to the tiny houses, and so it is something that everyone is open to. The Economic Mobility Leadership Network has flown us around the United States to many cities and states and counties, and we have seen tiny homes set up for homeless, for low-income families and everything. And you can take a little drive down to the coast of Georgia, and Savannah and Brunswick, Georgia, have tiny house communities. So if you want to see one in action, that's pretty close by, 4.5-hour drive at the most.
Thank you, Commissioner. The motion on the floor is to approve, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I just had one question. So this just all solely funded through ARPA money, correct? No general fund money be dedicated towards this at the present
Yes, sir.
point?
It's
Okay.
all ARPA.
All right, thank you.
All right, and also Commissioner Hall had asked to co-sponsor Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, and anybody else that wants to make it, we can make it a board. If no objection, I certainly have no objection. Just make it a full board. All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
22-0546, request approval of a resolution authorizing the donation of $500,000 to Atlanta Technical College in support of expansion of its commercial driver's license program, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, thank you. I'll be very brief. These next two both relate to the same item. I've been working on this one for probably almost 3 years now with Dr. Seals. Come on up, Dr. Seals, Atlanta Technical College. And the purpose in this school program would be to train people, Fulton County residents in particular, in these really high-paying jobs in logistics and what's that thing called? CDL, truck driver's license. I mean, that's most goods and services now move through trucks, and so we have an unemployment problem. This addresses that particularly in our community. So our contribution to working with the Atlanta Technical College and the state of Georgia would be to provide the land as well as $500,000. So Dr. Seals, if you would speak with us about it, and we'll hear from Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. Thank you all commissioners. Pretty much you summed it up. So as part of our mission at Atlanta Technical College is to address the workforce gap in our area, particularly the skills gap. And so CDL in particular and truck driving is one of those programs that are high demand, they're well-paying jobs, and we as an institution can pretty much do about 5 times as much as we've been doing. So this is an investment that will allow us to build that capacity. That's what the land will do. And then for the $500,000 is to really help fill in the gap. So 98% of our students get some form of financial aid. And with the cost of tuition and fees, there's still often a gap after their financial aid is applied. And so we have a larger $15 million capital campaign going on to help support the center, as well as provide those supportive resources to students to fill in that gap after their financial aid has been applied. And so, again, it's been 3 years in the making, but that's the overall gist of what we're trying to accomplish here. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a great project. I received calls on it, Dr. Sears, you know, you and I talked. And I appreciate you all doing this. I also wanted to maybe clear up some miscommunication or misinformation that was out in the community. This is a match, so to speak, and what I mean, the city of Atlanta is putting money towards it. I know an ask was made of Clayton County. I don't know if they are on board as of yet.
No, it's definitely not a match. We do have, like
Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean match, but it's a collaboration. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yes, ma'am. So we do have an overall campaign going to raise additional. Speak up a little bit, Dr. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? We do have an overall campaign going on to support and fund the center as well as the student support. So we do have, for the center itself, we were approved with state appropriations of $3.2 million that will go towards the construction of the Center for Transportation and Logistics. In addition, the city of Atlanta separately has contributed $1.7 million towards that as well. And then we do have, the same time I reached out initially to Fulton County, I did reach out to Clayton County because those are our service areas. And so we are still working that, but they haven't committed anything to date.
Now, just for the viewing public, because I did get a question to my office about the land. Now, my understanding is by it being a state institution, that the land has to be owned, correct? Could you just speak on that a little bit as to why it has to be owned as opposed to a lease?
Correct. So the state of Georgia does not allow us to improve any property that's not owned by the state. So in order for us to have those funds to build and for future expansion, it does have to be owned by the state. And the resolution does have that clause that if we didn't do anything between now and next May, it would revert back to the county.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And in closing, what I did find out from a lot of the veterans and the nonprofits that are trying to help individuals get their CDL, their truck driving, this will open up an additional facility. I mean, I think the only facilities we have now are Gainesville and what's the other area? But they're outside of Fulton County, correct?
Correct, and Covington. And that's
Covington and
specifically for the
Gainesville.
testing. So after, there are others who train, but for testing. So once a student completes their CDL training, they have to go and actually do the driving test to actually get their license. And so additionally, in addition to the training pad that we'll have at this location, we're also already applying to be a testing location as well. So there'll be a separate pad to handle the training that will be available to anyone all over the state, but particularly in Metro Atlanta.
I think it's wonderful that we'll have a place where the person can get their certification, right? They can come there and get their certification, even if they, I mean, I want them to attend, you know, your school, but say for a chance if they don't, they can come there and pass the test and get the certificate. I think that's wonderful. Chairman, I applaud you on this, and I would like to be a co-sponsor. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall during COVID-19 when we had grocery store shelves that were empty and being told by the managers of those stores saying that there was a shortage of CDL drivers. And so this is very good to combat that shortage that we have been seeing in the supply chain issues that we're experiencing, as well as the fact that we actually went to a location and saw the land. Dick remembers this because I was running behind a little bit late, yes. And Harriet, I think Anita called Harriet and said, we are en route, and Anita was driving like a bat out of hell, and Dick said, go anyway, take a look at the site. It's a great location, and it's a great location. I actually was able to also show Perrin Bostic from Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock's office, and he was able to present that to the senator as well. And so this is an absolutely wonderful program. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, happy to support this. I'm glad you spoke on the land because that was my question. Why couldn't it be a lease? And I guess I would just, ask the county attorney to confirm that. But great program, happy to support it. And I look forward to you bringing it to fruition.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, the motion, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellis?
Just two follow-up questions. I'm in support of this as well, but just in terms of the land issue, and you did generally sort of clarify that for me, but I guess I would be interested in understanding if there are any obligations sort of continue, like if the college dissolved and was not in operation within after 2 years or something strange like that happened, would the land revert back to the county, and does it stay with the state? Is there any obligation to sort of, that the state continues to fund the program and we're making investment with the land and with a potential dollar investment, assurances that it continues?
So, Commissioner Ellis, I don't know that the agreement currently contains, the MOU currently contains that. It's my understanding that the state, which needs to own the land because the technical college system is part of the state system, is intending to issue bonds on the capital improvements that they intend to make. And I would also expect that those bonds would contain obligations on the part of the state to continue using the property for the purposes stated in the bonds.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. And then last, kind of smaller question on our contribution. I guess we're still ascertaining whether we would use general fund money or potentially ARPA money for this, or has that been decided?
No, sir, we haven't made a decision either way. I think the plan was probably to bring it back also as part of the mid-year review.
Okay, but are you evaluating it under whether it'd be a permissible use under?
Have not done so, but we could.
We could evaluate that if it's a permissible use under ARPA, I think. To me, it's sort of generally kind of probably falls squarely in one of the, focus points of it. So, anyway, I'd like to see that. So, and as long as what we're voting on right here is we haven't determined, we're still determining that source. That was really my question.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner Morris?
I saw the Land Brain Trust start walking up here like he was going to add something. Did you have something to add, Tim?
Thank you, sir. Tim Diamond, Deputy Director for Real Estate and Asset Management. There is a reverter, Commissioner Ellis, in the document that says that they have to provide a level of documentation as to their readiness to commence construction. And as Dr. Seals said, it goes to about May of next year. And if they have not commenced the project by that time, that the land does revert back to us.
Okay, motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, next item.
22-0547, request approval of a resolution authorizing the execution of a MOU to transfer certain county-owned property to the Technical College Systems of Georgia, sponsored by
Again,
Chairman
this is
Pitts.
related, this speaks to the land. A motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions? Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10,
Okay, 0548, we moved that up. We already dealt with that one. So it is 1:18. I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch in the executive session. Items of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Please vote. Seconded, motion favorable by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Morris.
and the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Remember, you need to abstain, I think, from the, what is it, item?
Oh, yeah, that one item.
One or the first one. Yeah. I'll ask.
Number 2?
I think it was two.
You are good, sir. I don't,
What does this mean? Your battery's running. What does that mean? You're the technician here. So. Two, okay.
And you're abstaining from 2.
Number two, okay.
This is not plugged in.
What about?
Don't press it. I was going to show it to
Oh.
him. Chad, it said his battery was running low.
Okay. What?
And I tried all his plugs.
Oh,
and
it
stuff.
wasn't plugged in. There you
Got
go.
it?
Yeah. This thing sticks in.
Madam. All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of
Recording in
business. Madam
progress.
Clerk?
Yes, sir,
Madam
Mr.
Clerk?
Chairman, are we going to do executive session first?
I'm sorry, that's correct. Items from executive session, Madam County Attorney.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Is there a motion to approve requests for representation set forth in items number 1 through 3 and 1 through 3? I'm sorry, let me take these separately because we will be.
Yeah.
Is there a request for representation as set forth in item number 1 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to
A
approve
motion.
by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for representation set forth in item number 2 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 abstention.
Is there a motion to approve request for representation set forth in item number 3 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
3.
And the
Is there,
motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
is there a motion to approve request for representation set forth in items 4A and 4B of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 abstentions.
And finally, is there a request to approve the request for settlement authority set forth in item number 5 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
That's the final item of business from executive session.
Thank you, Madam County Attorney. Madam Clerk, please continue.
On page 10, under Health and Human Services, 22-0549, presentation, Health and Human Services Priority Area Report for fiscal year 2022.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mike Rowicki with Strategy and Performance Management Office. Today, we're here to present to you the Health and Human Services Priority Report for 2022. Next slide, please. What I'd like to do to start with the presentation is actually offer opportunity for both of our priority area liaisons, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman and Commissioner Ellis, to provide any brief comments they would like before we start.
You all are doing a great job. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next slide. what I'd like to do is start out with some highlights of what we've actually accomplished as Fulton County for 2021 under Health and Human Services. First, I'd like to start out with our HIV elimination was awarded $27.2 million, which they awarded to 23 different agencies, and they have served over 18,000 people with that funding. For behavioral health and disabilities, we've actually done a hybrid model through the COVID, dealing with telehealth and face-to-face in order to help maintain our continuity of care for our services. And with that, they've served over 4,200 people. For senior services, for our Health and Human Services departments, we've actually worked with them, and we reopened those centers, and they have been operating and actually been doing improvements to the centers over the time and making those major improvements as those facilities. We also have provided the command operation for our COVID vaccination programs, and with that, we have served over 500,000 people in Fulton County with vaccinations. Next slide, please. For our current priority area, the strategic objectives for this priority area are, again, to prevent illness by engaging in healthier behaviors, to prevent health disparities by educating our residents, to help residents realize educational potential through our community services and library programs, and to support our vulnerable residents with our social services such as our homeless community. Next slide, please. A couple of the things that we're going to go over today, and Dr. Rochelle will give you more details on these, are our Behavioral Health Crisis Center, what we're doing with that in the coming future of that, our continued efforts for testing and vaccination across the county. We're also going to talk about what we're doing to actually improve and expand our health and human services, both north and south. We are going to explore the service delivery model that we're using for affordable housing throughout the community. Again, HIV elimination is a big, and the prevention and care plans for that are huge with efforts that we're doing and the awards that we've received. We're also working to finalize the distribution of the $96 million that we've actually received for rental assistance funding throughout our community. Next slide. So with this, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Rochelle, and she'll walk you through each of these projects with a little bit more detail.
Thank you, Mike. As you have heard from Mike, the departments that make up the HHS cluster have continued to act and adjust and to really put their best foot forward to respond to the ever-changing HHS landscape. So today, as we review many of these very impactful projects, you will see some of that tenacity demonstrated here. The first project that I would like to review is the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. As you may have read, and we know that COVID has had a negative impact on the behavioral health, the mental health of our constituents. We have gone from 1 in 10 constituents experiencing acute mental health issues to 4 in 10 constituents experiencing mental health issues. We're seeing more addiction issues, more suicide, and just more crisis situations in general. In response to that, the county has proposed or is proposing a 24/7 access behavioral health crisis center. Believe it or not, Fulton County does not have a standalone behavioral health crisis center in the largest county in Georgia. This crisis center will address both adults and children. We will have 15 stabilization beds for adults, 15 stabilization beds for children, along with 18 observation chairs. The picture you see here is the Oak Hill facility, which is a county-owned facility. We are proposing to repurpose a portion of this facility for this purpose, investing $15 million in the American Rescue Plan funds to construct this facility. We are in continuous conversations with the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities for 2 reasons. One, we have to gain access for our certification through this department, and we seek to form a partnership for ongoing operational support. We will also align services that the Board of Health currently provides to the behavioral health customer, as well as maintaining services for the community in general in other parts of this campus. Next slide.
Dr. Rochelle, you mind if I just add
Yes,
an editorial comment that Dr. Rochelle has helped me with, and Latrina as well. We have put together this description that she just showed you, as well as practical next steps that would have to be accomplished with DBHDD. And if you recall, last year, we weren't completely knitted together on that, and that's critical to be able to get state funding for this initiative. And the state funding for this, of course, is really the ongoing funding, and that's what would be the most significant. First of all, they have to certify it, and secondly, having them fund it would be hugely helpful. So with a one-page summary that both Commissioner Fitzgerald would sign at the bottom and I would sign at the bottom, kind of old tactics that we might have used in Bell South, Commissioner Abdurrahman. I think we will be in complete agreement. She and I met last week and really agreed that this was a great way to do it and that Fulton County is the top priority for this. So I'm hopeful, although the legislative gristmill can spit out some things that none of us anticipate, that this will be our best approach and will yield a good result.
Thank you, Dick. Moving on to our COVID-19 response, of course, you're very familiar with our response and our efforts. We report in detail at every board meeting. You know that we, and the public may not know this, that we ran the largest vaccine site in the United States, and our work really did lower the death rate per capita as compared to the rest of the state. What you see here are just some of the performance outcomes for testing, test kits, and fixed doses and boosters, as well as the work that we've done for mobile vaccines. Moving forward, we will continue to offer 7 fixed sites, and we will continue the work that's underway with community engagement. Next slide, please. Another unfortunate consequence of COVID has been really shining a light on some of the very vulnerable populations from an economic and health perspective. So I am personally and professionally excited about this North and South project. As you know, a couple of years ago, we did purchase a facility in North Fulton, in Alpharetta, with the hopes of really creating a coordinated care model, bringing together our behavioral health, our public health, as well as our senior services and other social support services. During the pandemic, that facility was used as an emergency operations command center. We are in the process of relocating those operations to a warehouse so that we can fully occupy the North Service Center. The planning is underway with the departments that will occupy this space, again, behavioral health, public health, as well as senior services, DUI court, and we will complement that with community partners that will offer social services as wraparound services in this facility. We are proposing and researching and vetting and working very hard to stand up a similar facility in the South, again, with the same focus to mitigate not only some of the impact of COVID, both economically and health-wise, but just again to provide a coordinated access point for health and human services in the South. We are proposing a similar footprint as far as size. The facility in the North is over 100,000 square feet, and so the facility in the South would be the same size. These two projects are on different tracks as far as how they're moving forward. Again, the picture you see here is the facility we've already purchased, so we're well underway with planning to occupy that facility in early 2023, and we are continuing to vet options for the South facility, and we feel that using Fulton County-owned property would be to our benefit in this endeavor. But again, two similar facilities, both to address health, behavioral health, and social service needs in North and South. Next slide, please. Community development, today we presented the consolidated plan, annual action plan. We appreciate your approval of that plan. We continue to work with cities throughout our county to provide access to these funds, specifically for things like sidewalk improvements, park improvements. One of the more popular and newer options has been a splash pad to provide a very safe way for children in the community to have some good, clean fun in their community. And so the Department of Community Development is continuing to work very hard to ensure that the cities have access to these dollars and can stand up projects that are most meaningful and impactful for their community. Of course, we're continuing to administer the CSP program, and we've recently added the Veterans Program and are looking forward to releasing applications for both of those programs later in the fall. These programs, specifically CSP, that has been in place for a number of years, continues to serve thousands of residents, and we project serving over 70,000 Fulton County residents through this program in 2022. Next slide, please. Social services for vulnerable adults. Here I'd like to point out the fact that we are looking at our home repair program and how we can really revamp the way this program is administered to provide an even higher quality of service. So most recently, we have partnered, we being Senior Services and Community Development, have formed an alliance to really leverage the expertise in community development, specifically the building inspectors, with the hopes of improving the quality of the assessment before we go in to do a repair on a senior's home. So we are continuing to provide that program. We continue to receive funding for our senior services through the Atlanta Regional Commission. Meals and transportation continue to be a need that we hear over and over. The department has developed an outreach and marketing plan to really improve and increase awareness of these programs in the community. We continue to receive calls daily from families who simply don't know that these resources exist. And so we want to increase our outreach and marketing efforts to ensure that every senior who is eligible and is in need of these services is aware of the program and how to access these services. Next slide, please. Finally, the HIV elimination program. Jeff Cheek continues to do an amazing job with the administration of this program. It's one of the most successful in the country. Most recently, we received an 8% increase due to the management of that program to continue to address HIV prevention and care. The very top bullet I want to draw your attention to is the Integrated Prevention and Care Plan. This is the county's opportunity to receive input from the community as to how we will move forward over the next several years in developing a prevention and care strategy. I want to ensure that you, as commissioners, know when the community sessions are held so that you can invite your constituents to these sessions. We really do want to hear from the community as we help to develop our plan for the next couple of years. Jeff Cheek will be sending a memo with details regarding when these community sessions will be held and how you can engage your constituents in this process. Mike, I'll now turn it back to you to conclude the update.
Okay, so the next slide that we have for you is basically a representation of what the budgets for Health and Human Services have looked like over the past 5 years. There was a dip from 2018 down, but that is because when we shifted priority areas, some of that funding was moved over to the economic development side as to how it was prioritized dealing with workforce development and those issues. But then it gives you, again, a comparison that for Health and Human Services, that makes up just under 20% of our overall budget for the year. Next slide, please. And all of the information that is in this report and on this project is available on our website and our transparency pages. And the link to that is available, and this is posted up there as a PDF file for anybody that would want to download this file from our website. So with that, next slide, we'll open it up to any questions that you guys have for us.
All right, are there questions? Okay, no questions, been very thorough. Next, continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 10, 22-0503, Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, June 16th, meeting summary, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Again, this is a summary of the minutes of the last Invest Atlanta board meeting. I think it reflects 5 action items. There were no bonds for title, tax abatement projects taken up. There were, I think, 3 loans or grants of various TAD dollars for developments. But if you need any additional information about any of those items, I'm delighted to get that for you. Thank you.
All right, next item.
22-0550, inconsistencies in implementing the 3-year freeze on property assessment notices, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner Morris, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. I put this on the agenda because I had been receiving, and I understand from staffs of a couple of you that you might have too, folks who thought they had, folks who appealed their assessment last year and thought they had a 3-year freeze, and then found out when they got their assessment notices this year, they did not have the 3-year freeze. And they were quite surprised and upset and asked me to take a look at it. I put it on the agenda, and then I heard from the interim chief appraiser that he had to be out of town this week on personal business, family business, and understandable. And I told him we would hold this discussion item till next time, if that's okay. And he's going to be prepared to talk about some of the issues why this occurs, and we'll let the public know as a result of that as they listen in.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Clerk? All right, no further items to come before us today. Without objection, we are
Motion.
adjourned. Thank you. See you at 6 o'clock for the public hearing.